in 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Blind Empire, welcome in. Just in time for our motley crew of light warriors to maybe figure out what they're doing here. We're, of course, wanting to dash a whole bunch. We want the message speed as fast as possible. And as for gear, you do start off with a little bit of really crummy stuff, but we can upgrade these a tad in our initial store. So that'll be 2 rapiers picked up. It's our fighter and red mage, some better attacks. I'll grab 2 sets of chainmail armor, same overall deal. And as for spells, what do we want to grab here? We don't have any healing potions or things, so a cure spell probably makes a lot of sense. Harm actually does a little bit. And Ruse versus Protect. Neither is going to be immensely amazing, but I imagine that Ruse probably doesn't get a lot of use. Over here, maybe just the basic fire and lightning. You don't really get a lot out of sleep or out of the focus spell. So I think this is going to be it. We got cure for both of you. We got harm for you. I think we get protect for you. But I want to have that on the red mage. Probably not. And over here we can grab fire 1. We'll get a fire 2, and let's put a lit 1 on the red mage for right now. Just fill out your spell list, and black mage should be fine for the time being. Oh, of course, my way out is blocked. Let's go down here. Just got to talk to one of these guards to go and see what the king's doing. It is 8 absorbed to a party member. Yeah, it's pretty weak. But the thing is, I feel like it's most useful to put that protection on your lead character, and so having a targeted spell versus the self-targeting ruse spell is probably more useful. At the end of the day, these are first tier spells. They're going to be more or less gone within a couple minutes. We don't have to stress too much about them, but it would be nice to figure out something reasonable to do with them. It'd probably be nice to get at least a level up or 2 before we go into Temple of Fiends. You don't need a lot here. And I think that just having 1 level, which will give us a strong HP gain on all of our characters, level 2 should be reasonably good across the board. But after that, this version does nerf the red mage pretty hard for hit points. And so I'm a little bit worried that most knee is going to have a tough time staying alive. You can kind of compensate that by just getting more levels, but that is not until probably later in the game that's going to be super relevant. That's right, stab that imp. And get those hit points coming in. That's going to be level 2 picked up. Let's get our hit points back because we have a really hard time getting them recovered any other way besides going to ends. Without a house, or healing potions, or high potions, or ether so you can refill your MP on demand, getting your characters into good shape for the start of things is really much more difficult than it normally is. And you don't often think about that just because it's so automatic to have the easy stuff in there. Of course, my mates did not get the strong HP gain. Well, I've probably enough cure spells now to tank some damage on the way up there if we need to. Where's the 15 puzzle? The 15 puzzle is the puzzle that is part of the boat minigame. It allows you to get a whole bunch of items. In this version, the items tend to be pretty good for the different classes of prizes. But in PlayStation, it also would have given you a lot of money. And by banning the 15 puzzle, it's going to make it so that we don't have that early game option for getting all of our equipment and spells without having to do any work for it. Late game, it probably doesn't matter too much because you can't use the items anyway. Alright, as long as we're not boned here, then everything should be fine. Good, deboning is complete. Reboning is incomplete though. Let's grab the Mad Pony. It shouldn't be that bad to fight. Oh, it's that bad to fight. How do you not kill Mad Pony in that first round fighter? Alright, well, level 3 picked up. Will it make a difference? Probably not. But we've done it. Yeah, it made no difference. We got almost nothing for HP for that. Alright, Garland time. With that, let's begin. Hey, Terry, welcome in. And definitely enjoy the Agamas here tonight. They will be out in force. He's got no hit points in 2 levels. Yeah, Red Mage is going to be probably pretty sad here. I don't really want to do resets for level ups. I think it's better just get more levels because I was not planning to go to 99. So when you look at kind of the speed of how long it takes to get the Red Mage a random gain, it's like, well, probably you're going to be better off just getting an extra level or 2. But I don't know. We will see. Cow K, thank you for resubscribing back for 61 months. Thank you again for the good wishes there. Alright, well, our fighter is nice and sturdy. And our Garland is dead. There's 1 boss down. Only like 20 more to go. I don't really know why they nerfed the Red Mage so hard here. It is already, by the PlayStation version, getting kind of weak. Red Mage is very, very good in the NES version for the first 20-25 levels. And in the late game, it does tail off already. So it's not super unbalanced. PlayStation, it feels like Red Mage power gets cut a bit. And now it's okay-ish for the entire game. But in GBA, not only do you have less HP to work with, but you also don't get the same scaling that the White Mage and Black Mage has, since they get much higher intelligence scores. They're going to be just better at all of the healing and damage spells of the game. It doesn't matter for the utility spells like Fast or Temper, but when it comes to just straight up damage numbers, Red Mage is getting outclassed there as well. And this is when the Red Mage really starts to fall off a bit. There's one thing Rose has got. Besides a brand new bridge, it would be a very fancy hat. Is Black Belt nerfed hard too? No, Black Belt's still really good. Thing is, Black Belt actually gets buffed a bit because they have a better early game start in their mix. And to some extent, the Red Mage and the Thief do get a little bit of an early game buff for their melee damage, which tends not to be super consequential. More interesting for the Black Belt, who is truly a primary melee character, to have better damage early on. Alright, while I'm here, let me grab my last Black Mage spell. Get out of the way! These townspeople have no sense of urgency when it comes to saving the world. Alright, spell's been purchased at first tier, so that should be good for a while. Let's go and head to Provoca. Not really much point going to Matoya's cave when we can't use any heal potions or pure potions. And let's start collecting whatever experience we can, since it's going to be a bit of time before we are really, really strong. Use magic weapons and armor in battle like the Power Glove. Nope. Anything that is usable in combat also cannot be used. These guys have 20,000 hit points in this version. Yep, this was the version that's got 20,000. The previous one we did, the PlayStation version, had 4,000. So it's a pretty big jump up. And also Chaos has significantly better damage output. They just have higher numbers for most of the bosses. Can we use any pure potions or soft potions? No potions of any kind. Anything that is consumable is banned. Anything that is not being swung as a weapon or worn as a piece of gear is banned. So no item command at all. Are there any bees? There are going to be a lot of bees, Pizza Hut. And they may show up when you least expect it. All right, longest cutscene in the game done, and we're 10 minutes in. Deal with getting poisoned, you do not get poisoned. We can get the pure spell and the soft spell much later on, but for the most part, you just want to not get ever poisoned or petrified, or for the most part, you don't even really want to get your characters killed off. Getting killed is actually probably the least problematic thing. Puzzle just for the music? Nope. Music in 15 puzzle is banned. I am pretty certain that hit points on this red mage are also banned. 3 level ups, no hit points. At this point, the red mage has eaten more lizards than has gotten level ups with hit points. And that is a weird fact. After point, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. Red Mage switch with the character in the back. The Red Mage still has the advantage of chainmail armor, which means that you get significantly less damage from most of the enemies. But yeah, it's pretty sad. Can Agamas be used to replace hit points? You can use Agamas to hit points. Although that is slightly different. I don't even know why I'm bothering to heal the red mage. It's like 4 HP recovery at this point. We're heading down to Perilka. We got a little bit of money from doing these encounters. The real money is going to be when we start fighting ogres and such. That may take us a little while to fully work out, but I feel like it's going to, in the long term, be our best early game strategy. Get some better gear for the fighter. We'll definitely want to have the short sword going into the Marsh Cave. The iron armor is pretty good as well. And with the temper spell, I don't really, truly need to worry about a lot of the problems that we would have on some of the other versions of the game. So at least that feels pretty good. Alright. The Red Mage has finally gotten some hit points at level 5. We will call that a victory. We just need some hit points. It makes a big, big difference if you can survive one extra hit here early on. We're going to be mostly looking for the ogre battles around Provoca for a little bit. Sometimes we could probably get away with doing the undead fight here, because I do have a white mage, so it's a little bit awkward to kill them if the white mage gets paralyzed early on. Black mage might be able to stab things, but let's take a spell here just to be playing it safe. The pirates do have a little bit more HP than they do on the NES version. NES pirates would die with 6 hit points. So surviving at 23 means that we do need to be a little bit more cautious. Hey, Radioactive Salmon, welcome in. Hope you have a good time tonight. Enjoy our Final Fantasy challenge run here. The no items and the no 15 puzzle, I think, for this version should not be super wildly tough for the first half of the game. It's probably going to have a surprising difficulty at Lich. That's one where I feel like you do kind of feel the lack of items a bit, even though normally it's just consumable items. It does help out a lot going through Earth Cave. I probably want to get the sword first. Hey, soft hands and acronyms, welcome in. Just buying our broadswords and, well, really not much else. I could throw the temper spells on here pretty soon. We get the money out of the dwarf cave, I guess. I doubt I really use the ice spell much. So temper feels like it's the spell for second tier. If I want to mute Astos, and I probably do, then I think white mage is good enough, and then we're going to see what we can put into there. Maybe black mage gets temper. Kind of the obvious pick. And maybe we get out there and earn some cash. Hey, King Annie, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes. But there's other good spells there. I gotta show you. The spells here are gonna be pretty bad. Hopefully the encounters are good though. Not so much. There's 2 of these relatively easy grind spots. One to the west of Elfland, one here to the south of Provoca. Both have pretty similar monster encounters, and both are close enough to a town that you could easily get everything recovered without having to do a big long walk. At some point, maybe you would think about things like Peninsula Power if you didn't have a way of dealing with wizards and Astos. But for this team, I kind of expect that wizards are going to be dealt with just having the temper spell and maybe a couple of the protect spells from the other mages. As long as you don't get your back party members hit super early on, it's going to be a fine fight. And then for Astos, if you can mute them, that's pretty much going to end that battle as well. So I don't really think you need a lot of XP until Earth Cave. But with the lamp spell, maybe we do need that. Where are these ogres? You can really feel the difference from NES, where you can predict the encounters. That lets you manipulate out much better fights, especially early on here, because in this region there's a bunch of different monster zones that are close together. And while each individual zone might have, at best, like a 1 in 6 chance of an ogre battle, if you have 3 of those zones next to each other, odds are pretty good that one of the 3 is going to have that 1 in 6 happening pretty soon. They still have Peninsula Power in this version. Yep, Pixel Master is the only remake that does not have the Peninsula Power, which means they did that on purpose. All of the remakes have basically the entire game engine and mapping system all redone, so they would have deliberately put Peninsula Power in for the PlayStation version and the GBA version, the PSP version. You can kind of understand that it was not maybe really intended for NES, since the grid system is kind of a limiting factor for that, but even by the very first remakes, that's no longer true. I'll at least take these if we can get our harm spell off. Just don't want the white mage to be hit, and we should be fine. Yes, punch the red mage. The mage's hat does protect against undead. I don't know why, but clearly it's working. Alright, good level up right there. Remade's looking a little bit better for hit points now. And yeah, we do have 500 gold, so I should be able to get Red Mage a weapon upgrade here. I don't know if I really need it, because anytime that you are going to be swinging a weapon, probably it is better to temper the fighter than it is to have the Red Mage swing. But my thinking is, if you're very limited on MP, you might want to like have a marginal fight where you don't really need the temper spell, but you still want to finish the fight a little bit faster. In which case the Red Mage may get more active. Alright, now that we're trapped here forever, I suppose it's time to look back on all of the hideous mistakes that we have made. The first of which was probably breaking this team. What else do I need money for? Tempers, mute, good to go. At that point, we go down to Elfland. Iron Armor is pretty decent. Do we get anything that we want for upgrades down there instead of having to buy them here? Don't think Kaizoku really makes sense to go after. With the lower encounter rate, it's going to be much tougher to find them. There's our Ogre battle. Let's just have you attack. Really don't want the fighter to die during this. We don't want anybody to die during this. It would be nice to get the living experience. Ninja Frog Fu, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes, and definitely enjoy our challenge run tonight. To the Peninsula Power instead of Ogre grinding. Yeah, once you know about Peninsula Power, if you have the prerequisites for it, which is usually to have 2 spellcasters that are going to be able to do enough damage to quickly deal with the monsters there. If you have only 1 spellcaster, it's pretty dodgy until a couple more levels go by. But that second one really changes things very dramatically. Excellent. Level up. At level 7, our hit points are still atrocious, but I think by now we are used to that. Another nice thing about the ogres is they do give you very good money. It is by far the best, most well-rounded of the early game monsters here, which is why ogre battling is such a fantastic pastime. Just 1 cash, and you get an easy way of getting Kaizokus, then those are the most efficient way of getting money quickly. You just want experience. I don't know if you could really beat ogres for experience. I'm gonna say maybe the undead fight. Certainly if you went over to like Crescent Light could be better, but that is not really a practical thing that you can do for a while. Go down here. Put a Protect up there and a Temper over there. We got an ogre battle going on. Oh, we are battling some ogres. And we're battling them real good. Maybe not specifically that ogre, but we're battling other ogres really good. Another good Groger fight down. Say 1,200 gold. That's enough to get our spells here done. I think we need a little bit more to get the gear for the fighter over at Elfland. Obviously, we want to get Player 2 and Lit 2. Then we're going to need pretty sizable bits of cash. So maybe go over to Dwarf Cave, grab the boxes there, which will help out with the spending. I really just need Lit 2 on the Black Mage, and that should be enough for Marsh Cave. And then if you have Mute Frastos, that's enough there. So I think we're pretty close to being ready. Try and get one more fight here. Then we'll go over to Elfland. Maybe get a better fight than this one, but it's a start. Hey, Calanza 2, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes there. And definitely enjoy our challenge run tonight. No items on the GBA version, also no 15 puzzle. Just to make it extra difficult. Hey, Captain Vittles, welcome in. Hope you're doing well here. Still in the early phases, getting money for being prepared for Marsh Cave. It is nice that you don't really need to buy a lot of consumable items, so that does cut down on the cash expenditures a bit for early game. It'd be nice to have those consumables, but it's certainly cheaper. Alright, there's a level up. There is our last battle here in Provoker. We hit level 8. Our Red Mage is officially a disaster. We are less than 30 minutes in. It's really impressive how quickly this Red Mage can completely fail. Yeah, Red Mage has had some spectacularly bad level ups for hit points. Aside from that, I'm not too worried about our leveling situation. We're going to get more levels than you would in a typical speedrun, which means that even with lowish HP, we are probably okay for things like the Lich fight. But it would be better if we didn't have these problems. Alright, there's Temper on the Red Mage. Let's put Mute on the White Mage. And put Mute on the Red Mage as well. It would slightly speed things up, and then Alit on the White Mage would be our last bit. I feel like by the time you're getting Alit, that is probably when you're going to fight Lich. So by then, you're going to have a lot more opportunities to get money and come back here. The challenge also to stay at the Melmon Inn as many times as possible. That may be our greatest challenge yet. Which normally opens up with Ice 2. Yeah, Ice 2 is his first move, but then it'll go into Fire 2 and Lit 2 as the fight drags on. And considering that we are going to have probably pretty limited resources, I imagine that we're going to have a slower than average Lich fight. That's if we just run. Nope. Well, then that's what the murders are for. Sharks are basically the ogres of the sea. Good experience. The money is not nearly as good as the ogres are, but that is a compromise that I'm willing to make. It isn't so bad once you scrape the mold off the continental breakfast. Arctendrix, the mold is the continental breakfast. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get away from those fights. The early game is really rough for running. You tend to have very slow characters outside of the Thief, who is definitely speedier. And there are some areas, like the boat, where the enemy speed is just ridiculously high for the start. Some of the other ones that are kind of weird are like the wolves. Just a few monsters that outspeed other things by like a factor 2. I will take that. Get some more XP here. We'd really like to have the Grovers. Those are going to be more commonly found to the west. Here, right around Elfland. This is more of the Ogre Creep territory. Well, Creep is worth about a third of an Ogre worth of reward. It is about a half Ogre worth of difficulty. So generally a bad deal. And speaking of bad, we do not have a silver sword here because this version of the game has removed it. But what I do have is access to a new tier of spells. Let's start with Fire 2. Actually, let's start with Lit 2 because I'm going to need that for the wizards especially. So I have Lit 2 on there. Probably want Fire 2. Cure 2 and Harm 2 are nice to have for the White Mage. It's a little bit longer to get the spells for the Red Mage. And here we can start getting some of the gear for the fighter. Put a shield on. Let's put a iron helmet as well. We'll get the iron armor soon enough. Maybe the copper bracelets for the mages. That's a small upgrade for White Mage and Black Mage. Probably not enough to really make a difference. Now here we can resume our little mini grind. So then we go up to Dwarf Cave and see if those boxes make a difference. That's like nearly 1,000 gold in those 2 chests. So it's enough for another one of our 3rd tier spells. So that would be kind of nice. Good try, but once we see those wolves, it is probably not working out. In addition to the problem of being really hard to run away from, anything that's got poison is basically not doable right now. It's gonna be a while before I have the pure spell picked up, and even with the pure spell, it is inconvenient at best to do a lot of poisonous monster fights. Level up, you'll be shocked to know that the Rim Mage did not get hit points. It's getting really sad really fast. White Mage is doing pretty good, though. I think White Mage has had a decentish run here. And if White Mage could only get some defensive gear, that would be a really solid offering for our slot 2 position. That's what I'm working on right now. I'm going to have the armor upgrade for the fighter. That's probably all we really need for this stretch here. So maybe I'm actually already good to go. We were not that far away from the iron armor the last time I checked. Yeah, it's only 640. And I don't think I need Fire 2 or really even Cure 2 for this next bit. So I will take that. Solve the stuff that we're not going to use. And then maybe take a little marshy vacation. Because you can save anywhere, it's mostly a matter of time and effort to get to places without doing encounters. Just break up your walk into small chunks, and you can reload every time you get a fight. You'll eventually get there. And this technique is traditionally used very often in some of the dungeons where you have just really bad encounters. Places like the endgame Temple of Fiends or going through ordeals. But it works perfectly fine for overall trips as well. You just got to be reasonably aggressive when you need to. Hey, Marcus, welcome in. Glad you enjoy the Game Boy Advance version. This is a really good remake version. I feel like if the Game Boy Advance was still a console that was reasonably accessible to people, even by the time that they're starting to phase out the Game Boy cartridge slot on the DS, you're already having problems with getting easy access to playing it. But it would be the one version of Final Fantasy that we kind of recommend people to like pick up and try. Got a great balance between being very faithful in presentation style to the original, while also having a lot of quality of improvements. Cat name Shooter, welcome in. Thank you much for the resubscription back for 30 months, and thank you as well for the good wishes. Definitely hope you were doing well. Solaris Fall, welcome in. Thank you as well for the good wishes. Go for the 101 SP. Yeah, the different versions of the Game Boy, people that are not familiar with those. Over the lifespan of the Game Boy, there was some really dramatic improvements in terms of the screens. And for some reason, the DS and 3DS had this as well. And allegedly even the Switch, although I have not seen as much evidence for that, where Nintendo would have multiple plants that would make different consoles. For the Game Boy, it's a separate model, so you can kind of pretty easily tell when you got the good version out with the upgraded screen and such. But for like the DS and 3DS, there is a very, very distinct difference between some of the models, where it's the same model number. There's no identifying marks or information, but if you look at the screens, some of them are very, very much better. And I think it was just like The panel technology that was used at one of the plants was nicer than the rest, and they don't have any indication of which was which, so it's just kind of like, hope you got lucky. Hey, Bradis V, welcome in. I hope you're having a good evening here. Yeah, it's probably not quite as dramatic as the difference of the SP is, which has a better screen and also the backlight on it. But it is very noticeable side by side for different versions like the DS and 3DS about screen quality. Some even have like a different screen for their top screen versus their bottom screen. And so you might have a single console and look at the screens side by side, and it is really clearly a difference between the two. That's like, this side is the much, much better side. Alright, bat out of the way. Although I'm not going to be using items, I can pick them up and sell them, which is going to be useful here. As long as we remained trapped in the bone zone, the worst that things are going to get. From your SP with a IPS screen in the new shell, those are really very nice once they have a good screen upgrade for those. Nearly every console has got screen upgrade kits at this point, some of which have varying degrees of quality and success for installation, but they tend to get easier over time, and they're not super expensive, so if you do really love a console, it is a great way to breathe some additional life into it. I've been meaning to do that for a while for, like, my PSP, which is in pretty bad shape for the shell. The screen's in really good shape, but the PSP that I got originally is the PSP 3000. They had these glossy piano black and piano white colors. And evidently the glossy plastic especially is really brittle and just kind of crumbles into dust when you touch it. So I have basically got like half of the shell completely peeled off at this point. It started cracking like within 3 or 4 years of this console coming out. It was like not at all a long-term thing. It was very, very quick. And just putting like a fresh shell on it, I think would make it like markedly better. But if you're putting a shell on, you might as well get some through upgrades while you're doing it as well. So like getting a screen and things, so it turns into a large process. And eventually, it turns into the crown. Alright, I don't know if I've got enough MP to go kill Astos here, so we're probably going to have to go back to Elfland, get recovered, then go up to Northwest Castle. Nothing that you even have to think about normally, because you'd have, at a minimum, like a cabin or something to get some MP back. This party, though, it is pretty bare bones. Can we use items in battle that are magic weapons and armor? Nope. Can't use the item command at all. No consumables outside of battle, no consumables inside of battle, no weapons and armor can be used as magic items in battle. And so in particular, some of the things that really hits us very hard is the expectation that you can easily get back HP and MP wherever you want. That's totally gone. And for very long dungeons like Temple of Fiends at the end, I think it is going to be a bit of a problem. Early game, it's more of an annoyance, just because you have to break it up into really small chunks, whereas normally I'd be able to just kind of hang out for a while in a place, and with 99 healing potions, that's nearly an infinite amount of fights that you can do. Other thing that is a problem is that you can never get poisoned. At least not until you get the Pure Spell. Alright, so that is going to be Marsh Cave done. Assuming we land this mute spell, I don't really need levels for Astos. It'll be very nice to get some hit points on the red mage. I'll take more others. We have not battled our last ogre by any means. I'm even kind of starting to think about what life might look like for our grinding for the Lich segment. That's gotta be tricky. Lich is really heavily buffed in this version of the game. All the bosses tend to be significantly more challenging. But up until now, you have kind of a cheese method for a lot of them. I mean, Garland's pretty easy. Just have some defense and you're going to be able to go toe-to-toe for a while. Bicky, kind of similar. As long as you get a little bit of defense, you're fine. Wizards, if you can either do things like Ruse, Protect, increase your evasion, defense, or if you have attack buffs like Temper. One of the two is going to be fine. For Astos, pretty straightforward to just take him down with the mute spell. Vampire Fire 2 is fine, but then you hit Lich. And for the first time in the game, it gets a little bit serious. Okay, everybody's got another HP gain. That is big news. That's our second one. Finally, we are making some progress. Yes, the circle pad is mega busted. Those are not easy to replace, but there is like a replacement part for it. The problem for the 3DS is largely that taking them apart for servicing is a pain. Because the 3DS has these really delicate hinge pins and the antenna wires going to places, and to do anything, you basically have to take it all apart and then put it back together. So for a repair store that does these all the time, it's not really a big deal, and the pad is probably like $5. But for doing it yourself, it's a kind of scary process. You do have third 2 spells. We can put a second lit 2 on there. That'd be kind of nice. White Mage is probably not needing anything urgently. Let me sell what we picked up and then see exactly what we got for money. $4,600. 45. That should be enough for the spells. I'll get at least lit 2 for the red mage. I think for white mage, getting cure 2 and harm 2 probably makes sense. I believe cure 2 is decently efficient for HP recovery. They don't need lock 2. Would fire 2 help here? Fire 2 is really good for undead fights, which we probably have after I get done with Astos, so it can wait. Technically, same thing for the harm 2 spell, but if we're here, let's just get this out of the way. Let's get Astos done. Just realized that you had the 3DS for over 12 years. I'm thinking about when I bought my 3DS, because I got the original 3DS, and then I got a used new 3DS, which, thanks to Nintendo's wonderful naming conventions, is incredibly awkward to say. And I think I bought that off of somebody in, like, maybe 2015? Probably earlier than that, because the new 3DS, I think, came out, like, 2013. It has been a while. But a new 2DS as a spare right before production of it. Yeah, I've heard that 2DS has got a lot of quality issues, which to some extent makes sense because it's meant to be a budget console. But it also kind of felt like you're cutting enough stuff out of it compared to the 3DS that it really should be way cheaper to produce. And so they didn't really have to skimp out on the parts for it. The 2DS was like an okay-ish form factor if you're not using the 3D aspect at all, and you're not really using it super portably, then it's got its moments. As for our moments versus Astos, those begin now. All right, as long as we can land the mute spell, we're fine. Just need to get that out before anybody gets rubbed or Astos gets too wild here. And because you can say right beforehand, it is not a big deal to take a couple tries at it. Got silence there. Let's go ahead, drop the first temper on. Does anybody get rubbed? Of course, the red mage. Try number 2. Okay, that's just doing a melee attack. Good news for us. Yes. Please, if he does forget how to use spells for a while, that's also fine. Does not take a lot of tempers to really get him into a good state. Excellent. So now we just need the footer to not die. The mute landing would be a bonus. 0 for 3. 0 for 4. Two more tries at it because Astos is meleeed again. This is really uncommon. There we go. Mute's done. Astos is out of here. He cannot stop us now. What? We have Astos done. I'm pretty sure the red mage did not get any points. It's fine. Who needs hit points when you can have lots and lots of grinding? It's almost as good. I'm also pretty soon we should be able to get 4th tier spells for this part. That's going to be fast for the black mage. You get the pure spell for the white mage. but you still really don't want to get poisoned very often. It's generally going to be counterproductive to even take fights that have poisonous monsters in them. At least for certain stretches, like going through the Earth Cave. Couple places where you have just a bunch of poisonous monsters in the overworld. It's nice to not get too heavily penalized by a single fight going wrong. Almost. There we go. Like that, the bosses poison you. A couple bosses have stun touch, and that's the only touch attack on bosses. There's no poison, there's no death touch, there's no mute touch or anything like that. They tend to keep the bosses pretty basic. That's what we're doing for spell levels. You still are both at 3rd tier. Unlike NES Final Fantasy, where you could just buy spells in advance before you've got the spell slots for them, there is a magic power system where your level determines the highest tier of spells that you're allowed to buy. And it always feels like it's lagging behind a bit, where, especially for speedrunning, but even for a gently hurried casual playthrough, you are probably in an area before the spells can be sold to you. And it's a little bit frustrating that you can see them, but you can't have them. And it's also really weird that the White Mage has the most hit points of anybody on our team. Even more than the fighter. This team's got so many problems. I mean, I guess it's kind of balanced by the fact that the White Mage has got kind of crummy MP. Unfortunately, we do need MP for the White Mage very, very much in the late game. But that's something where I can make up for it by just grinding out extra levels and getting MP, if not max, close to maxed. And we should be fine. If I can have the Red Mage do a lot of the routine healing on the earlier boss fights, I would like to try and save basically as much of the White Mage's MP for the Chaos Battle as possible. Those heal 3s are really, really expensive. But if you can heal 3 basically every turn, then, well, it doesn't fully keep up with Chaos's damage up, but it really helps. I don't know who stole your eye. But you know that a rug like that would be very, very expensive. That thing is huge. Looking at Dan, I'm unfortunately looking at Dan all too often, and all too often I am very, very disappointed with what I see. The Red Mage being a problem, that was kind of expected. The Red Mage is chronically just terrible at hit points. Dan being a problem. That may be a bigger deal. As long as he gets a lot of strength points, then you're going to have a good base attack amount. That probably saves you rounds of tempers, and every round that you save is really big on the boss fights. So I do want to grab the stuff. Even the things that we can't drink can be sold for money. While I'm here, can I get the rest of my third tier spells picked up? I would just want to have, I guess, a fire for the white mage. It's used basically once, but it's kind of nice to have. Take that on now. Armor's good. The only thing that provoke it again is Alit. So basically, the Lich fight's going to be go in. The white mage does A ice, A lit, A fire. Knocks things off one by one till you got all your elementals covered. And then you've got the time to buff the fighter with tempers and one fast spell, which will eventually drop Lich down before probably you even see that last elemental cast, but if everything goes really well, you can just kind of tank it. That does mean I need to take one quick detour to Provoca, which otherwise we would never go back to this town again. Alright, pop in. Let's grab the A spell. Deal with that guy one more time. Alright, Alit picked up. This is going to be at 4th tier for white magic. As we get that unlocked, we can go ahead and grab it. Everything else here is done. We have actually some useful upgrades from the equipment that we can find. Longsword is not as good as the stuff here. I guess technically I could just sail to Crescent Lake and get the silver gear early. That might be worth it. I have to buy a silver sword at least, maybe 2. Silver armor we can find. Silver bracelets are going to be at Melmond. We're going to have to buy at least 2 of those. Trying to do some math for how much debt we're going to be in. It's probably a lot. And it is definitely the TNT. Hey, King Orin, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. Enjoy our challenge run here tonight. I think I'll go ahead and pick up the Temple of Fiends items. This is going to be just the swords. I don't need the soft potion for kind of obvious reasons. Hey, Redemption Spirit. Thank you as well for the good wishes there. I guess funny the gargoyles, we just lit to them. Not really good enemy to run away from. Everybody else here should be fine. Or we get a preemptive, we just run away. That's fine too. Rune sword picked up. He's good short-term rental for the fighter. We got a rune sword and wear sword here. The dragon sword is going to be in the dwarf cave. Nice double preemptive. Coral sword's in the earth cave, and because the giant sword's not until Great Volcano, that's slightly better than the other 4. Boy, then you definitely have gone to Crescent Lake. So you really should have the silver sword, and the giant sword just has no point whatsoever. It's kind of tragic. Fine, we'll use the thunders. Or at least the third of the thunder. We'll keep those wolves at bay. Alright, 2800. Another chunk of stuff to pick up at the dwarf cave. I can also get the power staff out of Northwest Castle. The mummy grind is not great in general. For this team, you would get a few mummies per trip. So a little bit of a bonus to doing it. But I would not be able to buy the ethers or the houses, so you would not be able to do a sustained grind for levels there. Similar-ish problem with Peninsula Power. You can do a couple of the fights, but then you're going back to town, so it's a big overhead for the walking. Earth Cave, you got the Earth Elemental fight. That is going to be presumably a big amount of attrition per encounter. So I think we likely take something like 80 to 100 damage per hit. So I don't really know the best place to go to grind things. Like, maybe it's best just hanging out around Crescent Lake. Some of the fights there are pretty decent. You'd have an inn right next door. And while there are the really annoying like Cobra Scorpion fights, with Lit 2, Fire 2, probably pretty soon an Ice 2 spell, you should be able to one-round them and not have to really deal with the consequences. Let's put the wear sword on the red mage for right now. We're still at 3rd tier. No upgrades yet. We get my next save at Melmont. Probably don't need it in before then. Is Hollow Giants ever useful? There's a lot of times where Hollow Giants is decent. Not amazing, but solidish. The time when Hollow Giants really shines is when you've got a team that isn't quite strong enough to deal with Earth Elementals. Giants have a little bit less reward, but they also have a lot less in the way of hit points and defense, so you can probably kill a Giant significantly sooner than you kill an Earth Elemental. And while Hollow Giants does have some variability because you're going to get the iguanas on the side, it's still a pretty good fight for a trap tile that is one of your few accessible choices at that point in the game. What makes Hollow Giants generally less good is that if you can do any of the other fights, whether it's doing a Mummy Grind or Peninsula Power or the Earth Elementals, then Hollow Giants is going to fall behind in terms of XP per minute. It's probably going to be the most inconsistent. because you have to deal with the random factor of the iguana showing up every now and then. But it's certainly by no means bad. Unless you're using it to get steel armor, in which case, things have already gone very horribly wrong. Is that the difference between the red mage and black mage? Pretty much. The intelligence score has breakpoints where, at least initially, every 10 points of intelligence is going to give you a multiplier for your spell damage. So the black mage hitting the multiplier much faster than the red mage means that you see a really, really chunky gain here. But as you get more and more breakpoints, it's always +1 multiplier. So going from 1 to 2 is really big. Going from 2 to 3 is pretty big. 3 to 4 is still decently big. But by the time you're going from like 7 to 8, the multiplier is not nearly as impressive. So the difference in timing is not that critical. But the fact that the black mage probably gets 2, if not 3 more multipliers, does still give you a decent size edge at the end. That should hopefully give you a good reminder to stay out of the blasting zone. If you're ever doing underwater, underground demolition, just stand around the corner. You'll be totally fine. Alright, so Red Mage has got their silver armor upgrade. That's one of the more expensive things from Crescent Lake, so it's good to get the freebie here. And you only need the one, since the fighter is going to have the superior iron armor for way cheaper early on. That is done. I'm going to do Melmont next. Yeah, let's get that out of the way, and see if I need the cash from Northwest Castle or not. Our black mage had an accident. That is less good when you go back to go to the town of Melmont. Let's try that. Other towns, not so big of a deal. But the one town that we're about to go to without a clinic, of course, makes that one of the worst towns in existence. We've already gotten the Fire 2 and the Harm 2 spells, so we are probably already set to do Vampire. Try to gauge whether I want to do some Earth Game before grinding for Lich, or if we want to get the grind out of the way first. Traditionally, I kind of like to do the grind first. That way the Vampire is easier without having to do a bunch of work. But we can be flexible here if we want to. Okay, so we're having the so keep, get rid of all of this stuff. Except for that silver armor. That we should probably hold on to. All right, 4,400. Can't get to the tier spells yet, so this is still a ways out. We should be able to get 4th tier spells on White Mage and Black Mage now that we hit level 12. But aside from Ice 2, I probably don't need any of those really, really urgently here. And even Ice 2, I guess I could do after this castle. Alright, here's the plan. Gonna pop over to Elfland, go up to Northwest Castle, grab the Power Staff, and do a little mini mummy grind. Just enough to use up all my MPA. I want to make the trip be a little bit more efficient for the rewards that we get, but it's pretty minor. And then we go over to Crescent Lake. I'm going to do a little trial grind outside of Crescent Lake just to see how it feels. We'll have Ice 2 at least on the Black Mage. I might... pretty sure I'm not going to have it on the Red Mage yet. Well, the goal will be to get somewhere around like level 16 or so before we decide to go up to our next spot. I think that works. Hey, most niftiest. Congratulations on your fine performance in Fantasy Final Fantasy Season 41. 192 points is a very respectable score for 4th place. That is less than 1 night behind leaders. Well, it's good that you got the technique down. But it'd be really much better if you get some hit points. This Red Mage has been having some serious issues. Our fighter is pretty bad too, but considering that our fighter is Dan, that's more or less to be expected. Alright, these bats might be in bounds. But we are really here for something like the Power Staff and for these mummies. We get some good fights. That's not a good fight. I'd like to get at least like a 3 to 5 pack for a lot of these. Doesn't need to be amazing, but just want it to be decent. We'll try this. Fire 2, harm 2, fire 2. Okay, so Red Mage is going to be probably struggling to keep up with the damage output there. This harm 2 is also struggling pretty hard, so only Black Mage is really, really well equipped for damage output. Good information. Hopefully we'll make it to that breakpoint pretty soon. That if I didn't have enough of an HP advantage already. Fighter does not have an HP advantage. It's only in like the really early game that Fighter is even kind of good for HP. Late game, the Black Belt is way better. Black Belt will get guaranteed 99 HP on the enemies first. That's the only character that's guaranteed. Although Fighter has got a very, very good chance of it happening. And then in the later versions. Basically, everyone get at 99 HP, so it's more of a question of just how fast you get there. And Black Belt beats the fighter by a good solid 10 levels. Alright, look at it next time in there. We got a couple more of these fights out of the way. It's definitely not the most efficient thing doing the battles here, but it'd be even less efficient to come here and not bother to do these fights after grabbing the power staff. Especially because each of these mummy battles is maybe like a fifth of the power staff worth of cash. It really adds up if you can get a stack of these. Yes, more mummies. That's what we want. Juicy and delicious mummy experience. It is too irresistible to say no to. That's why we're taking as many of these as we can. Keep it all up there. So to 14. This is close-ish to what I had in mind for the vampire levels. So maybe I do vampire right away and then go to Crescent Lake. At that point, you're getting a lot of things picked up to make Lich better, and maybe we'll have a good idea about how much Lich prep we need to do. Gonna need a fair few extra levels at the end game. Yeah, the late bit of the game, because you don't have healing, is really tough. You're doing the entirety of Temple of Fiends, including all the boss refights, and going through the Chaos Battle, which is super long and way, way higher damage output than you have in the previous versions, on one tank of MP. And for context, a lot of the fights that happen, like the speedruns and things, use more than one tank of MP just on the Chaos fight. And so you need Mega Elixirs and other items to recover your MP during that battle. So now imagine we can't do that recovery. And we also have to do all the recovery and all the fights beforehand without recovering those as well. So you're going to need a lot of boosts. On top of that, you can't use the Power Glove, so you lose a freebie for your bonus. You can't use all of the caravan items, which is often another way to get some decent boost onto your characters during the last couple of fights. The caravan items will have things like the agility bonus to buff up your attacks per round, and the strength bonus, which is kind of like the temper spell. The HP and MP ups, since those are not super relevant for MP up at least. HP up would still be decent. Kind of cut off from like all of that stuff. Alright, 14 is not enough for Red Mage to get 4th tier spells, but White Mage and Black Mage are eligible. So maybe get the pure spell, just a nice convenience measure. See how much money I got left over after selling this stuff. Don't need that, or that, or that. 22,000. Guess I'll go ahead and do it. I have to come back later for the red mage anyway to get at least the haste spell, if not also ice too. White mage is going to have pure and a ice, which is not a combination that you normally see. But tonight, it will be pretty good. Let's see, do we have enough left over for Crescent Lake still? So I need... $7,500 for fighter accessories. Another 4,000 if I want to get the red mage weapon. I probably could do it. Or we're going to be doing the grind at Crescent Lake. Then I can do Vampire first and then go over there. So I think it's totally fine either way. But this way, the Vampire will be considerably more dangerous. Which is presumably the goal. I mean, ultimately, your objective here is to pretty much blitz through the early game as rapidly as possible. You want to have any experience farming done at a point where you're getting the most value per second. And so if you can skip out on ogres or whatever you are currently dealing with at your existing level experience and instead grab like an extra Agava, that's turning minutes of work into probably seconds. And those minutes really add up. Grind the whole giants to get the steel armor. It is unlikely that we'll be buying the steel armor. Not impossible, but I would say very, very unlikely. I've got out of that gargoyle fight. Honestly, I probably should have just reset, because taking a bunch of damage there is not great. But if we're only doing vampire, I should be able to get through here and still have enough MP left over to make it to start and back. PCM in 1331. Thank you much for resubscribing back for 21 months. Hope you're having a lovely time. Enjoy our challenge run tonight. And of course, our biggest challenge. Getting hit points on this red mage. It is impossible. Of course, I picked up for some extra cash. Each of these mid-tier magic stores tend to be like 3,000-4,000 gold to sell off. So they are very, very good when it comes to money at this point. Basically trade a rune sword or a dragon sword for a silver sword, which absolutely no sense, because silver sword is just dramatically better. It is not even close. All right, probably not right for those. It says Wraith, those are actually images because they've renamed all monsters, and most of the undead, for whatever reason, had their names kind of rotated for the original translation. And that causes a lot of confusion because you don't really expect Wraith to be here. But also it's really weird because they are just stupidly fast. So much so that even like 25 levels from now, you are still going to fail to run for them. Nope. Aside from those things, the unrunnable wizard's kinda alright. If you got the lit 2 spells, that'll be mostly fine, assuming that you don't get really bad turn order. They get critical hits super early on. The cockatrices can be kind of obnoxious. Those are going to be tough to deal with when you got no soft spell for a long, long time. Don't like the ability to save anywhere. It's not that bad navigating through these hallways. Just lots of encounters. The one biggest change that would just so dramatically improve this version is to have probably half the encounter rate, maybe even a third. Because if you could walk down these hallways, it would be a such greatly improved experience. Like I drew, thanks for the good wishes there. Hope you enjoy our challenge run. No items and no 15 puzzle this time around. We're doing it on the GBA version, which means bosses are even tougher. I don't quite know how long this is going to take. I did once again book out 2 days for it, which 2 days was more than I needed for the PlayStation version. And I can't imagine that it's going to be a full 2 days on this version. But I could believe that we might have at least a little bit extend into a day number 2. As long as we've got a decent amount of time tomorrow night, then we will have an extra bonus. Extreme Pharmacy World Randomizer. Because that's what you all deserve. Sasprog guy, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. Churros1, welcome in as well. We say so long to our pal the vampire. It'll be a good run. Vampire's down. Only major difference is I not really got the levels for truly being able to fight Lich. It would be pretty scary as is. Red Mage doesn't have enough hit points to survive an Ice 2 spell guarantee. Which means Red Mage could die on the first turn. Black Mage is also going to have that problem, but you kind of expect that from the Black Mage. Like, nobody comes into these imagining the Black Mage is going to be some type of melee powerhouse that is able to withstand blows and actually fight toe-to-toe with the enemies. But the Red Mage is kind of pitched as being that versatile hybrid melee mage character, when really they kind of struggle with both. That's why Red Mage is the quintessential bard. The time spent resetting included in the total time. For your in-game time, it does not include all the resets. That's why in-game it's an hour 19 here, when we've been playing for about an hour and a half for the start of this already. So all those short stretches where save the game, reload because you get an encounter, those get wiped out. And it tends to be by the end of the game, like a 60-some minute difference. It's pretty noticeable by the later parts. Like we don't get too trolled here. I think this will be fine. Thank you, welcome in. Thank you for your good wishes, and I do hope you enjoy tonight's presentation. We can totally make this start from here. Piece fine. I was initially kind of worried that going back to the Tenemon might be required, and obviously you want to avoid going back to the Tenemon at any cost. Luckily, tonight we will not need to pay that hefty toll, and instead we can steal things from an old man. Our save games times included in speedruns, everything is included in the speedrun, from the time that you start until the end when you kill Chaos. So for a speedrun, the resets are costing you time. For a casual playthrough, you might not really care. It mostly makes a difference for our planning for how many things I get done in a weekend. Astos bad without the Silver Sword. Astos is not really a problem if you have the mute spell. Because with mute, and while it might take a couple tries to land, it's going to be like maybe a 1 in 6 at worst. Astos really can't do much. His melee attack's pretty weak, and you have ample opportunity to land those mutes with just saving and reloading until it manages to hit relatively early on. Alternatively, if you got Temper, you can scale your damage really fast to the point where you're actually killing Astos in like 3-4 rounds. And if you do both of those strategies at the same time, then Astos is a really easy fight. We work on Astos on the NES version. Yep. Astos is not resistant to status ailments. Just has a lot of magic defense. And so it's not super easy to land. Just like damage spells are not going to do really high rolls to Astos on average. But it'll definitely work. Carrie, on the other hand, is actually weak to mute. Or confuse. Or other status element spells, because she's got specifically an elemental weakness to status elements. Yes, Astos is absorb lower in this version. I don't know if Astos' absorb rate for physical attacks is lower, because you also have the characters getting buffed. And so while there is a big difference in terms of how quickly and easily you can melee Astos, that might be more due to your characters having higher damage output than Astos having lower defenses. I'm not totally certain though. You still lock carry. It's still not the best rate at which things are going to land. Again, her magic defense, like Astos, is pretty high. So while it's a decent chance of landing the stuns, or the confuses, which functionally are pretty similar, the rate at which you land them is probably a little bit less than the rate at which they naturally kind of wear off. So you're doing really good if Carrie maybe loses half of her turns. That's like still really phenomenal. dramatically improves the fight if you have something else in addition, like you're using Confusion and also you got the Temper spell. Acid Absorb is lower in the Pixar Master version. That I would believe. Pixar Master version has a lot of stuff going on for just overall balance changes and mechanic changes. So it is much, much more common that Pixar Master version does have things redone compared to the early versions where what they tend to do is buff or debuff certain characters, and mostly the monsters don't really change that much. Anything at Melmont right now? And yes, Tipo, we could go to the town of Melmont, but we choose not to. Could also get the 4th tier spells for the red mage. Maybe I'll do that now. Get that out of the way. That's another Fast and Ice 2. Then we're over to Crescent Lake to get our grinding done there. I don't know yet what level I want to target for leaving Crescent Lake, but given that we are still having problems running from Sahax, which are like maybe the 7th monster in the game, it does make me think that we could use some extra levels. By doing this Elfland trip right now, it means I don't have to go this way around to the Earthgate before we go fight Lich, because I do want to have on the Red Mage Fast for Lich. It's a nice backup. Got Ice 2 there. Is that all of our 4th tier spells done? Looks like you got everything. Looks like you got everything. Looks like you've got everything. Okay. I think that's good to go. Then we get some defensive upgrades at Crescent Lake. Some offensive upgrades at Crescent Lake. Get some level upgrades at Crescent Lake. And probably get... I definitely want to get the Black Mage enough HP to survive an Ice 2 attack. Beyond that, what do I need? 5th tier spells are not truly required. They're nice to have. Fire 3, Harm 3, Heal 2 is pretty good. Revive spells are solid. I mean, you don't really need revive spells when it's pretty easy to reload the game. We can't get travel spells right now. Probably don't need Bane. So we'll need to find out how good these fights are. The really, really good XP fight's going to be the Quadpede. If we can survive that, then we are pretty set for a Crescent Lake grind. With our next best alternative, probably Peninsula Power. How about 1P? I mean, I can deal with the poison. That's already significantly better. We definitely can be meleeed if we need to. Probably faster to melee up to 2 peds, and then if you got more than that, you're gonna probably rely on spells. Peds have taken the colors from the Gurpede because they're cooler. Also, I think, like, in general, Pede is like one of those monsters just like fantastically vague when it comes to the original version and translation and things. Like, you can kind of see the centipede aspect to it, and millipedes maybe, but it doesn't really explain anything until you know that they're actually ant eggs. And even then, like, they don't really look like ant eggs. So it's kind of confusing. Nice, that's level 17 done. We're definitely getting close for levels. Black Mage's at 161. We need at least one at 81 to feel a lot better about our situation for fighting the Lich. And that basically means I need to get a strong level up on the Black Mage. So a small HP gain is going to be 2s and 3s. It's going to really, really not do much. A strong is going to be a minimum of 25 here. So that's where the magic is. Well, I guess I don't need to go to the item store. Armor store, on the other hand, we do need to go here. Let's get the shield. Get a buckler for the mage, not really worth it. Helmet. Gloves, that's all our fighter gear down. I probably will get a silver sword for the red mage. Just to make the red mage feel a little bit more special. Also does do pretty good damage. Okay, upgrade, upgrade. You're good, you're good. These can all go. I mean, money-wise, I think we're in pretty solid shape here. 18,000, that's a good-sized down payment towards our 5th tier spells when we can get to use those. Shouldn't be that many more levels for White Mage and Black Mage. For Red Mage, it's going to be a bit of a slog. I think Red Mage is like level 20-something for 5th tier spells. $17 still 4s. Alright, let's get to town. There's some science on the ice twos. Say these are good enough. This is my strategy for like the quad ped fight if we get those. 55 a pop. Feels like 4... Okay, never mind. 150 on the Black Mage. That's a lot better. I was going to say at 55, you're really doing a lot of casts of that for those peds. At 150, you are totally fine. Movements, welcome in. Thank you guys for the good wishes. And enjoy our challenge run tonight. GBA version with no items, no 15 puzzle. And hopefully No bad peed fights. We get the quad beats. Such a good battle for XP. Triple beat is not bad, but we can do better. All right, level up. Did Black Mage get the hit points? Yes, we're at 186 already. Still at 4th tier spells, though. So is it 20 for White Mage and Black Mage, too? I thought they had it in the teens. So I'm a little bit surprised that they still need more seasoning time for these spell slots. I mean, I would really like to have the Fire 3s and such, but maybe not required. Heal 2 is pretty incredible as well, since that gives you a very nice way of getting your party recovered instead of having to individually heal everybody. It was a big deal in Final Fantasy IV when you could turn your single target spells into multi-target and get basically everything in AoE cast. Those were the days. We'll do more of these. They don't seem that bad. And Ice 2 is barely more MP than Fire 2 or Lit 2, so I think we can pretty much use Ice 2 very aggressively on a lot of these fights. A nice benefit of being right next to a town. Alright, the plan is level 20, we go and do Lich. HP should be good then. I'm assuming we'll have our 5th tier spells by then. Maybe that's incorrect, but it feels like it should happen. And I don't think I really need the 5th tier spells to do a credible job there. It's mostly going to be about, can we land the elemental defenses before Lich does the corresponding attack spell? Can we get a little bit of healing in between, and could we dump a lot of fasts and tempers on that fighter? The answer is probably yes. All right, level 19 picked up. All right, there's the 5th tier spells on White Mage and Black Mage. I mean, that is probably good enough as it is. It's looking really solid here. Yeah, let's go kill Lich. Level 19 sounds respectable. We got a little bit of experience on the way back. Level 20 in the Earth Cave probably doesn't do much for us. Kind of that our fighter is right next to a breakpoint for attacks per round. If you get any spell caster bonuses, then it doesn't really do much because you need to go back to it before you get those upgrades that are going to be showing up at levels. But if this is good enough to kill Lich, then we are set. 188 is pretty close for HP. But it should survive all the time. It'd be kind of nice to have one of the A spells on the red mage, and that way I would be able to do a heal 2 to get our ice damage cleaned up while also making progress towards our blocking, but unless Lich does a spell cast like every single round, I think we should be fine. This would also somewhat suggest that our speed through this playthrough is going really well. We haven't killed Lich at the 2-hour mark, but we wouldn't be that far away from it. And Lich traditionally is kind of like the halfway point for time in a lot of speedruns. Now, I feel like it's going to be a little bit worse than halfway here, but that's still intriguing. Right, you get Fire 3, you'll get Warp probably later on just for convenience. Cure 3 definitely, Harm 3 pretty good, Heal 2 is pretty good, and we're going to skip Revival spells because you don't really need to get revived, to be honest. Unless you have the breakfast at the Melmont Inn, and then you will need immediate medical attention. Sex White Wind, thank you for resubscribing back for 31 months. Hope you're having a lovely time here tonight. Acklerin, thank you for resubscribing back for 50 months. And thank you much again for the good wishes on this playthrough, which so far I think we're doing pretty good. About to go after our first of the 4 fiends. I feel like other than our level ups being kinda bad for some of our characters, everything else has gone really well. Like a lot of the dungeons and the boss fights have been super smooth. I haven't had to spend a lot of time grinding anywhere. That'll probably change eventually. But at least for right now, we're doing really good. Alright, 1 floor down. 4 floors to go. Don't even know why I bother. Those things are just way too fast. It's technically a monster from Temple of Fiends, which is the very first phase of the game. I don't really count it from there, just because they're behind the locked door, so you can't actually get in there until you've done their second appearance location, which is the Marsh Cave. Well, this is kind of like gargoyles on the way out, and they are still really aggressive here. Let's give it a try. Got good enough defense that we can tank the hits. Mostly. Sometimes. But can we run? Alright, we'll take it. That was a good enough walk. I want to save the steps. There's always this tension between, have you gotten enough progress from the last save point location that you really, really want to keep the steps, because otherwise you're going to be doing that stretch like 3 more times. Or did you just get an encounter like 2 steps after the last one? It's not even worth bothering to see what it is. Because that also happens a lot. some reason on this floor, it is always gargoyles. All right, Red Mage. Nice. 2 floors done. And now we're down to the harder floors. And here's where Earth Game difficulty really cranks up. Definitely not doing those. Those things are fine. That battle's not. Get out of the way, Matt. Could have been worse. Maybe. It's possible that it might not could have been worse. But very, very close. And probably for the first time we'll start seeing the consequences of having to do a long dungeon and a big boss fight at the end on one tank of MP. Up until now, it's not really been a big deal. But this will increasingly become our big limiting factor is, well, it doesn't seem like we're taking that much damage. 50 damage here, 100 damage there. It really adds up when it comes to the resources that you have, especially early on when you're still only getting like a couple full recovers, and then you're done. Not having anything to back you up besides that bit of MP is concerning. And it's just salt through the plate. And we're down to floor 4. Damage, they're definitely looking really good now. Without buffs, this would be pretty tough on the fighter. You would be sitting in this fight for a lot of rounds. With buffs, this should be very straightforward. And we're going to have to get the A spells to land, so that will take a little bit of doing. But I think with a couple tries, we should have a good enough start to lich that. Assuming we can get the first 2 turns to be good, after that it should kind of snowball. Those cockatrices are really fast. It doesn't feel like those are normally a problem, but I guess in speedruns you're just resetting for everything. And most of the challenge runs have actually been a little bit higher level coming in at this point for Lich. I feel like being under level 20 for a challenge run's uncommon. So I bet we were actually a bit slower than we normally are. We're also very much covered in ooze. And that is not helping things. Everybody's at full health. Should be ready to go for the Lich fight. Now let's get it first try. Also enjoy the music. It's really good. I like the boss themes that they got for this version. PSP is like the pinnacle of the soundtracks, but this is really good. Need the ice to happen before the ice 2 goes off. Otherwise, you're really playing from behind on your healing. If you're behind on healing, then it's really tough to get all of the other A spells in before Lich starts casting them. Try to. Alright, there's A ice. The other thing you have to worry about is Lich's stun attacks. Those can be really annoying. Alright, temper. I think I probably can do A-Lit next. Do we need to heal one of these rounds? Well, I'd like to do it after get the A fire up, and then you're in great shape. Okay, yeah, our tempers are really kicking in now. Let's decide to melee was probably a bad idea on his part. Look at that. Is Lich getting clobbered? Good fight. That fighter scales really, really fast once you have haste and a half dozen tempers. It is some serious damage. It is now time to open up our first bonus dungeon, which we are not going to be doing. Goodbye, Lich. We will definitely never see him again. Alright, one fiend down. My next big objective is to go up to ordeals. I can use the tail, so there is value in getting that for class change, but there's also some just generally good stuff in there. The ice sword and the gold breasted are pretty strong. Normally the Zeus Gauntlet would be really, really good, but since we cannot use magic items in battle, Zeus Gauntlet kind of irrelevant. Same problem with the heal staff. Also normally really good, but in this case, unfortunately, does not do much. It remains still cannot get 5th tier spells, can't get 6th tier for a while. It's just on to Crescent Lake, grab the canoe, and then to ordeals. So we should be out there like 5-10 minutes tops. This is all going suspiciously well. I didn't expect Pre-Lich to be an issue. Because if you got a good strategy, most of those bosses have some really, really glaring weakness. Lich normally is the first big gatekeeper. The fact that Lich was super smooth is maybe a good sign. Once we get through Ice Cave, Crooked Volcano and Sea Shrine should both be pretty easy. At some point, we will need to do leveling. For, like, real. At a moment just to get the 7th tier spell casting for our White Mage and Black Mage. That's kind of critical. Quadruple Pete ambush. All right, this is hopefully going to be worth it. We got a lot of XP on the line here. Oh, Black Mage. Clench. Alright, I think we're good. The Pure Spell is so cheap to cast. I am pretty certain that until today, I did not know how much MP the Cure Spell cost, but it's 3. Yeah, that's a really low price. I was thinking it would be like 15 or 20, something like really punishingly penalizing for every time you cast it, but 3 MP is very reasonable. It'd be more reasonable to simply just not have the Pure Spell, but this is not a bad compromise. But on the way out, we cannot take a lot of fights since we're going to have to deal with the whole trip to Ordeals on 1 bit of MP. So enjoy the battles while it lasts. Can't get 6 tier spells for a while. We can't get enough grease for our old men. They are locked in place. If you suffer from old man stiction, then you may have a legal claim versus the town of Melmont. Get to the canoe. We're level 20. About to go to Ordeals. Then we come back here, get restocked again for the Ice Cave. Is there anything else that I have to do in between? 5th tier spells seem like they're not going to happen on the Red Mage in between. If White Mage and Black Mage just picked them at level 19. And I think the spread was something like 4 or 5 levels at the previous tier. You'd expect that spread to get bigger, not smaller. So I would guess 25 for the Red Mage at those 5th tier spells. Been a while since I would care about that, but maybe the right ballpark. I'll go with 24. I'll guess 24. I know that White Mage and Black Mage need to be pretty decently leveled up for their 7th tier spells. One of the many reasons why you do a big eye grind in the speedrun before going up to the Sea Shrine is that that's your best chance to get everything out of Onrak. And there's a little tiny window where you can go up there and grab the spell, so you gotta have the levels by the time you get there. Like the bad, maybe you want some man bads? Man, if there was things that bad there, they would be the worst. And really? This wouldn't be at the top of our list. But we're gonna have to touch the pillars regardless. Time for an ordeal. trying to remember the path through here. It's always the bottommost teleporter in every single room. Unless, of course, it's been randomized. Then you got no idea where it is. Top floor. Got to get past the nightmares. Could just ice to them. Gonna sell the heal staff, so it's not a bad idea to pick it up. Or you could just skip it. That way you don't do the nightmare fight a second time. Both are pretty valid here. Like, I might just skip it. On the basis of not really needing a lot of cash right now. We'll get a lot of money if we do a grind in any of these upcoming dungeons. And of course, we get our big reveal. Do we have a Mega Elixir drop from the zombies? Of course, we cannot use Mega Elixirs, so it would be completely worthless. But we have spent a long time, on many occasions, grinding those Mega Elixirs out. It is, I believe, something like a 1 in 64 chance of Mega Elixir drop. So to get one on the first try, when you don't even hit, would be the ultimate insult. Does Dan deserve a Mega Elixir? No, that makes it even worse. The ice sword, and we get the ruby bracelet, aka the gold bracelet, which is better than the silver armor, but it's a bigger upgrade here. I guess I'll put it on the red mage. The end of the day doesn't really matter too much. You can even put it on the fighter if you wanted to and have the fighter get a big boost to their evasion score. It wouldn't help at all for their defense, but evasion's pretty nice. One day this red mage is going to get that spell multiplier and finally do damage. I think the red mage is like 2 multipliers back of the black mage. And really not that far ahead on hit points. Alright, we're going to sell those Zeus Gauntlets. Let's grab the tail. Maybe grab a couple of zombies, not just one fight. If we can squeeze it out of here, that'll be extra experience for the ice cave coming up. Anything that makes the ice cave a nicer cave is probably something that we should do. Tail checked off. So that quest item is done. Let's get a little bit of healing here. So I'm going to have probably like 4 or 5 zombies worth of magic worth of. This is not bad. That's probably like a good level worth of experience from all these fights that we can do. Great. And yes, at some point I'll probably want to clean out my spells to get rid of all the junk that we're no longer using. Just so it doesn't get in the way. Whoop. I think the Red Mage did not get any additional hit points. The 2-pack. We get a little bit low on White Mage hit points. Or White Mage MP probably more critical factor. Black Mage is a bit slower than the other team members. And so while the NES version's got roughly equal odds for turn order, the difference in speed is making it so Black Mage is consistently ending up with a lot more MP than everybody else. Ooh, nice. Black Mage actually can one-shot zombie Ds. Well then. We might have a pretty good fight on our hands. And if you just add some ethers, you could do this into like level 60 right now. It'd be no problem. One more fighter 3 off of the Black Mage. So you're done. I can do one more. I can do 2 more harm 3s off of the White Mage. So I think we do have enough to get one more fight in. 2 fights we wanted to really push it. Push it is what we are all about. Last transfer the zombie. No Mega Elixir drops. Tragic. Absolutely tragic. Alright, zombies are done. That is a little bit of experience here from Ordeals. I feel like our next experience chance is going to probably be that eye grind in the Ice Cave. That one's going to be really tricky to keep up for very long. I just don't have a good window of opportunity for kind of planning out how much MP I'm able to burn there. I mean, you need to save technically nothing if you want to be really aggressive and walk out of Ice Cave just skipping all the encounters. But you might want to be a little bit safer than that. Can't do anything about petrification, but usually not a problem in these remake versions. We could probably get a good number of eyes. I'm assuming the eye is going to have an easy enough time with just fighter doing melee, and we don't really need the spellcaster. So they're going to pretty much have all of their MP available for healing. What if we get like 20, 30 eyes? Each one's an Agamemnon 30 worth of experience. That's potentially a very, very big amount. You definitely have 5th tier spellcast on the red mage if you get that done. You might have 6th tier spellcast on the red mage and black mage by that point. Get a class change, grab Lit 3 and company. I feel like the last time we did one of these, it was also worthwhile grabbing Fog 2 for the white mage. The evasion just doesn't work particularly well with this challenge, since you have no access to the defense sword or the white shirt. You're losing so much of your natural evasion sources the game kind of expects you to have. But defense, even though it's not as good of evasion for a lot of things, kicks in a lot faster. So for evasion, your 4th stack of it is really amazing. And way outweighs the 4th stack of defense. But your 1st stack on defense is better than your 1st stack on evasion. Yeah, we're still at 5th tier here. Red mage does have 5th tier at 24. This red mage could grab Fire 3 if we wanted to, and Cure 3. We're just not getting anything else until after class change. Don't want to take that Pete hit. 60. We're probably fine. This is kind of the point where like every bit of MP is going to count for this entire trip. This could be the difference between staying there for like an extra half dozen eyes, just from like a little tiny bit of carryover. Sure, everybody's at max. But we are not devoured by alligators, which is a surprisingly common problem. Do have a nice time in our upcoming ice cave. The last dungeon before we get the airship out of here. But anyways, we should be doing fine. We need to buy pro rings, the bottle, probably a gold bracelet considering I do have 2 mages, and it's gonna be a while till we have the shirts. So that's something like 120,000 gold. Then you get the 5th and 6th tier spells that we need to pick up. That's going to be another 50,000. The 7th tier spells is when things get really expensive. So it look like we definitely need the eye grind for money, if nothing else. The eye grind is super good for cash. I intentionally picked the GBA version because we can't use items. Well, I've done this on the PlayStation version about 2 weeks ago, Acklerin. And in that version, what I did was use the 15 puzzle to get a lot of money early on. So I didn't have to really work hard to get the silver sword out of Elfland and get my 3rd tier spells and things. So to increase the challenge, this is now adding in GBA, which has more difficult bosses, and it's also getting rid of the 15 puzzle, which is meaning that the start of the game was more demanding on us. Plus the fact that you just can't even get the silver sword until you get to Crescent Lake. Yeah, PlayStation Easy Mode had the much faster spell growth rate. It's still spell slots. So in theory, you're actually limited to a smaller number of spells for a lot of your earlier tier casts. But what really changed with the MP system now is, since you can't recover MP in the dungeon, you really have to decide, is it worth spamming like a Lit 2 spell, which would have been free on PlayStation, if it means that you get a couple fewer casts of Cure 3. Like, these kind of trade-offs are going to be all over the place. Also, hope you enjoyed your vacation. I think they should be more readable than Wraith was. Still like taking damage, but worth the steps. Vegas, welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid there. And I recommend, hope you had a great time watching Elmegas tonight, tomorrow morning, whatever your time zone is, and whatever month it is. Remember that it is always Might and Magic Month. And tonight for us, it is a night of challenges. We've got the GBA version of Final Fantasy with a little bit of a stipulation. We are not allowed to use any consumable items or use spells-like items in battle, so things that cast a spell like the Defense Sword or the Thor Hammer, those are all prohibited. And we cannot use the 15 puzzle, which is further limiting our possibilities. Tonight we have had a very strong one opening up. We have already beaten our first Fiend, and we're now working on getting this Ice Cave complete, which I think getting the Ice Mail is maybe a good idea. It might not be. Sandra, welcome in. Thanks for the good wishes there. I hope everybody that was watching Elmegas enjoys our Final Fantasy GBA playthrough tonight. Worth it. All right, Ice Mail, big upgrade over our Iron Armor. That's going to be good enough for a while. We don't really care about the elemental protection so much because the Ice Shield at the end of this dungeon is easy enough to grab. You just need one of the two to get fire resistance. Well, it's nice having big, beefy armor. It makes the fighter feel all powerful. Okay, I picked up that last chest is 10 gold with a bunch of frost wolves in front of it. It's basically a trap. Anyway, see if you're a big enough sucker to open up all the boxes. Which you do need to resist the temptation. At least until eventually. You resist long enough to reach the unresistible inner core of this place. Once we get to the eye. The only negative is going to be that the eye does have a Lit 2 spell. That's going to do a lot of damage to us, and we can't easily keep up with those spell casts, so hopefully we don't get too many Lit 2s, and we eventually kind of settle into a point where we can more or less one-shot the eye. If we can one-shot the eye, and we consistently go early in the round, the fight flips from being moderate of damage, not like dangerously lethal, but annoying, to suddenly being very free. And that's when we can get our grind going. So that or we go to Guru Volcano and fight some Agnes. Maybe both. Goodness, we seem to run away from cockatrices a lot more readily now. Have our Ice Shield upgrade. It is a pretty nice shield, but again, does not help our elemental protection. Given that we've already got that covered. And now we've got our pal the Eye. Will we get Litude? No. Good start. Kind of bad that the fighter is not one shot in the eye. Alright, call that our eye split here, but I'm going to be sticking around for a little while longer to get, hopefully, some levels going. Ooh, 7-8's really bad. I mean, Dan in general is considered the world's worst idea, but that is atrocious for a fighter this level. When's he getting a breakpoint? He's at 5 attacks right now. That means he just got a breakpoint. 128 accuracy is when he got the 5th attack. Now 130. So this is going to be very slow growing. And we need to get that damage up to 162 to be able to one-shot the eye. It is going to be a stretch. Luckily, my mage can't help out, but that's extra turns and more chances for the eye to get attacks in. 26, looking good. It is also possible to come back here after class change, just a little bit of a pain. .204, this is better. That's Plan Bird. Welcome in. Thank you for your good wishes. Town Saver, hope you're doing well here tonight. We'll definitely be scaling our damage to infinity and maybe beyond. At least that is the goal. .27. Is Dan's Infinity bigger or smaller than 104? I would say Dan is generally struggling to count past the number 3. Dan is doing decently good at swords. That makes such a big difference here. No, the lit 2. Alright, these are the bad ones. Got 7 more heals. I mean, that was a really good stream. I was not expecting to get that many eyes before our first lit 2 came in. So I feel like we're still doing really good. The reason why our pace here really matters is because this is very much in the range where it's a one-night playthrough for completing this challenge. The further we kind of extend the grinding section out, that's when I start getting worried that you might need a little bit of night number 2. I do have it booked in case we do require tomorrow night. But I would prefer to have a night of very extreme fantasy Final Fantasy, and I'm sure many of you would enjoy that as well. Right, it's got 5 attacks, but with the fire flame sword, it's going to be noticeably less damage than the ice sword. Also, the mage has got like half as much strength as the fighter does. That's how attack mind flares. That's not good. That's why, in addition to the lit 2s, you do want to have some periodic safety saves. Plus the very small chance that I fall down the hole. Which will hopefully not happen tonight. Fire's going really good. Coming in here already being about the same speed as the eye is a big difference maker. In speedruns, you tend to be noticeably slower than the eye at the start. And so the eye gets a lot of turns in. But once you get the eye's speed kind of matched up there agility-wise, then so many of the fights are going to be eye taking 0 turns. Which ends up being fantastically good for your overall resource economy. Although sometimes it does use the stair skill. Normally that's the last of the skills that the eye uses, but like many enemies, its skill list has been reversed. So do them in the opposite order. It'll end up with XXXX and Brack for spells. And start with Lit 2. At least for Stair, it's kind of ambiguous because that's the name of all the Eye's moves. Mage is a helper. Alright, you can definitely feel it's a bunch more eyes per level up now. So that is different from when we started. Level 31 now. Which is getting close to 7th tier spells on the White Mage and Black Mage. That does sound like we're doing pretty good. We don't have their 7th tier spell unlocked before we go up to on rack here. Alright, 32, still at 6th tier for a little while longer. I believe it was 34 for 7th tier spells. And for Red Mage, how much do we really care about these? I guess there's a couple things. Like, what is our strategy versus chaos? I want to push all the way to 8th tier spells to get the wall spell. Don't have to worry about the missing ribbon on the last light warrior, but it's taken away some really precious MP from my white mage and a turn. If I try to do the A spells instead, it takes forever because you have to do A fire, A lit, A ice, A rub, And even then, you're not fully protected, but you do have very, very good elemental protection. It's just that by the time that all goes out, that would be a number of turns that would be better put to use with almost anything else. Nice, Red Mage actually getting some good damage now. White Mage still working on it. Level 33 yet? Almost. Almost. Really should be almost here. All right, somebody may have stolen our levels. Are there thieves around? There. Oh, 34. I was wondering why it was taking so long to get to 33. Well, that would be the reason why. All right, 34 is going to be our 7-tier spell slots on White Mage and Black Mage, so we can get lovely gems like Heal 3, Cure 4. Guess I street not bad. Probably not quite as good as things like Nuke and Fade, but you know. They can't all be winners. Problem with things like Nuke and Fade is it's just way too expensive for what they do. Well, yes, you could use them while standing next to a town. They are otherwise very, very hard to employ when you have no in-game recovery options for MP. Our hit points. Black Mage at 268 is very, very worrying. I don't know how Black Mage survives a round versus Chaos. 381 for the Red Mage is also pretty bad. But Black Mage is just gonna get destroyed. I'm beginning to have some second thoughts about this Black Mage idea. This was initially kind of part of the discussion for our character class setup, was swapping somebody out for a second White Mage, which definitely would be pretty good right now. You'd have had a harder time earlier with not being able to double temper and being slower to get things like the Lit 2 spell, but we would need some dedicated work to get this Black Mage up to snuff. Have to live long enough to cast fast. The idea is that, one, we don't have revive spells. So we need to survive all the boss fights. And it's not a big deal if you get killed, you reset, but the second problem is we need more than just fast on Chaos. It's also going to be a big stack of tempers. And the more rounds that we can survive, the easier this process is going to be for tempering up the fighter. Like, we don't have a Power Glove, so we're already losing one buff around. Our White Mage is going to have, well, physically, at most, you're going to be like 20 casts of heal 3 for the entire dungeon. That's assuming that you max out your MP. So that's kind of a problem. You definitely need to use some of your MP up for the earlier battles to recover from those fights. And then you might have somewhere around 12 rounds for fighting Chaos. And that's just going to be like a hard cutoff. So you do need to buff up really, really quick. Is there a reason not to have revised spells? Well, at 5th tier, there's just too much stuff going on. I could put a revised spell on the Red Mage, but the White Mage wants to have Cure 3, Harm 3, and Heal 2. But the other thing is, if somebody's dead, that means you have to cast the revised spell, and you have to cast a lot of healing. So we're talking about a huge chunk of MP gone. And you probably can never afford that. If people are dying during Temple of Fiends trips, like that's maybe like 100 MP out of the question just for like one fight. So practically, if you have a death, then you probably just need to reset anyway and get a better outcome for the battle. One exception would be during the Chaos fight, but it's really tough to revive in battle. So I see that one as being not really helpful. So you couldn't revive the main attacker. You lose all your buffs when you revive. So that is pretty bad. Alright, I'm kind of shocked that we're still really cruising here. I figured we'd be kind of lucky to push level 30, but still getting a lot of XP out of this. And I think that means we should keep going. Definitely where we seriously outspeed the eye. Which means we're getting basically nothing on these fights to worry about. It really shouldn't be that bad for the off-tile encounters, and you can periodically save to reset if anything truly goes wrong there. In theory, we could take this nearly as far as we want it. Now, for the reward that we get, it is still quite a few eyes per level up. So that's going to be a big limiting factor, like 2 minutes a level, maybe? Actually, it's probably faster than that still. It'll eventually get to like 2 minutes a level. When they're lit 2s. Sometimes they'll be lit 2s. Four heals left. I mean, I feel if we can get to 40 doing this, we're looking really good. That should let me speed through Gurgur Volcano and Sea Shrine pretty quickly. That'll feel really good. Like, if we're past the 30s, there's no point to doing any fights in Gurgur. Sea Shrine, maybe you could do occasional battles going through there. Gerstrok's at 0.9 of an Agabird. Almost decent. Might have good enough spell multipliers that you can one-shot a lot of the aquatic monsters with lit 3s. You're getting a little bit of HP on the Black Mage. This is helping. 327, though, is not going to be enough. Now we can survive, like, 2 attacks. Red Mage, maybe 3. But probably not. White and White Mage, though, are doing very good. I'm still really shocked at how much HP this White Mage is pulling out of this. Have to see what the MP situation looks like. We do need very close to max MP on White Mage, at least. Red Mage and Black Mage, even though they're going to be casting spells every round, are being less taxed because they've got cheaper spells. White Mage is doing like a 50 MP recover when Red Mage and Black Mage are doing like a 12 MP buff. Currently 412 MP. That's still pretty far away. Just like intelligence scales your magic damage, it also scales your MP gains. I'm a little bit worried White Mage may have missed out on int points if we are getting slow MP growth. It's hard to tell since there are multiple factors. Like Vitality is your base amount for HP level up, but then you also have those strong random gains. MP's got the same thing. Int's your base driver for level ups. And you also have strong random int gains, or MP gains on top of that. So like sometimes you're going to get like a bonus 20 MP. It does not take a lot of those to make a big difference. $39 is done. Everybody's still at 6 tier. Mermaids really doesn't get a 7th tier other than the Ice 3 spell, and I feel like that does not get used all that often. So Red Mage probably doesn't really care that much about the remaining spell slots. White Mage and Black Mage, 8th tier would be Life 2. Could be interesting. I don't feel like that's a terrible deal. Pretty much putting a Life 1 and a Cure 4 spell together. The Growlsy, thank you for resubscribing back for 15 months. Glad you've been having a wonderful time, and I do hope that you are enjoying our challenge run here. We're trying to figure out how do we get strong enough to fight our late game bosses. And the answer is to stick something in their eyes. Crapping eggs, it probably does not hurt. Protera maybe every now and then usable. We'll pick up Lit 3 and Ice 3 because why not? And then Heal 3, Cure 4, maybe Wall. Feel like that is about all we care about. The Nuke spell's probably not making it. Fade's probably not making it. Life 2's probably not making it. We've got the money, I'm just going to grab them. Keep it simple, but I'm expecting them to not get a lot of casts. Level 40 picked up. For our White Mage MP there. the twos. Let's see what our time is. Looking like at level 41. Try and gauge how much would it cost us to get to level 50 here, time-wise. I think it's probably under 20 minutes, but that is still a lot. 50 was kind of my original plan for this playthrough, and with the remaining dungeons, I would be pushing past that mark. So we're 50 here, then 3-4 levels at a couple places. We're going to be level 60 by the end of Temple of Fiends. That might be what we need. And we get off the final encounter. Got lit 2 earlier. This is probably on the very high end of what a level takes. More turns. All right, very close to 2 minutes. So if we can make it to 50, I think that is going to be our target level here. We've got 9 levels to go. Then we'll hopefully be able to fly through the next couple of sections really fast. Let's say we exit out of here somewhere around 3:25. Maybe 10 minutes for Gurkha Volcano. But over 3:30 then. We got to do Waterfall, couple minutes there. With class change, gonna get the travel spell, so exiting some of these places is gonna be pretty fast. Top of Sea Shrine, then down to bottom of Sea Shrine. At that point, you get 2 ribbons, so you're looking good for elemental protection. You don't need the Power Glove, you don't need the Light Axes or the Mage Staff or things like that. Probably don't need to pick things up for the purposes of having stuff to sell. So I can skip boxes pretty aggressively. Fighter's going to want to have a few pieces of opal gear to tide us over until we can get the better stuff out of Mirage Tower. We'll be using the defense sword. And then at Mirage Tower, we could switch to Sun Sword, get the Dragon Mail there, the Aegis Shield. But I got rid of the Nice because I don't really even need the Aegis Shield. Don't need the heal helmets. Hang upstairs. Don't need the Bane Sword. Your first stop's going to be getting white shirt, black shirt, ribbon, Excalibur, will adamant picked up. Pro Cape on the next floor. All right, I'm feeling optimistic that this is comfortably under 5 hours. Assuming the Chaos fight works out. It is a pretty big assumption, but I'm hoping. Dan, just keep those swords swinging. Don't have to stop. Just swing them constantly, walk back and forth. point in the game that you'll find out that the fighter is naturally related to a Cuisinart. Yep, good time, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. We are finishing up our eye grind here. Target level 50. We're at level 42 and a half right now. So we got a couple more minutes eyes. At that point, it is blitz time. And I'm hopeful that this strategy works out. I mean, if I have to grind in Temple of Fiends, that's kind of sad because I'm not going to really find out that I'm going to need to until I get to Chaos. So at that point, you are getting good experience, but then you're doing the 4 Fiends in Phantom again. That's probably like an extra 10-15 minutes for a second trip through if that's required. So I really want to make sure that when we go in there that we are very set. A nice and balanced group. It is an okay team. My regrets are going to be that we've got Red Mage and Black Mage, especially Black Mage, with really bad hit points. And the problem there is that on Chaos, where it's a long fight, he's doing like 200, 300 damage a round. This Black Mage is not going to live long enough to get a lot of value in there. Now, you don't need to have 10,000 hit points to survive, because it's going to be somewhat counterbalanced by the White Mage pumping out heal 3s. But you need a little bit of a buffer, since Chaos might do, 2 big attacks in a row and then a weak attack or no attack for a turn. And in order to survive, you got to kind of be able to outlive like a cycle of these with 4 or 5 rounds. So if you've got just enough to survive 1 big attack, then you're definitely in trouble. If you can survive 2 big attacks, then maybe you can make it. But it's like a coin flip for the turn order. Yeah, the turn situation is especially bad when it's Chaos going at the end of the round, and then at the start of the next round, and you've got no chance in between to heal. Hey, Banish V, hit level 99. Level 50 is hopefully going to be good here. Level 99 would definitely make things a lot easier. I think by the time that you are looking around level 65 to 70, that would probably be already as good as you need to be. You would want to have, ideally, 999 hit points on the characters and 99 MP, but let's be honest, that's a lot of levels for like a Black Mage. So at least having Fighter maxed on HP and White Mage maxed on MP is kind of where things level off naturally for power. I think that's 45 we just hit. HP is looking incredible. White Mage HP is looking really good. 7-2 is solid. Normally I'm thinking about the multipliers for the Giants tonic. I guess the Fairy tonic for MP, it's every time you use that in battle, it's a temporary buff, 200 to your max HP or MP till the end of the fight. But since we can't use items, those become a lot less relevant. It's like going from 798 to 800 is big, because it means that you've already hit your next round number at 200. But for us, every single point is kind of relevant. I still somehow get occasional turns on. But the fact that we should really, really outspeed it by now. We still keep getting Mind Flayers! Okay, at least nobody died. Oh, we're not 45, we're 44! Alright, a little bit more work to do than I thought. Should be 45 really, really soon then. If we're pushing 900 HP at 45, wonder if I actually do need to go to 50 here. Because that feels like we're going to overcap the fighter HP pretty hard. Still would be good for the other characters' HP. White Mage MP is presumably still in need of a lot of improvement. Last time I checked, White Mage MP was like 450, and I'm sure it's over 500 by now, but that's a long ways to go to 999. 45 is done. Another casual 30 HP there. Black Mage over 400 now. Thing is, I'm being impressed relative to speedrun numbers where you'd be more like level 32 coming out here, so really, our characters are doing quite badly for hit points. That extra dozen levels is a lot of natural HP gain. With your vitality score continuously increasing, you're going to be ramping up very, very quickly after a certain point. And we are well past that point. All right, let's say hypothetically. At some future point, I realize I need more experience. Where is the best place to go? Coming back here is kind of rough. You got to do the first half of the ice cave. You'd have warper exit, so getting out is not a big deal. Gurgler Volcano is even worse. Ordeals is really bad. Trying to grind at the top of Temple of Fiends feels pretty tough. Bottom of Temple of Fiends, maybe? But then you're doing a big chunk to get down there and back up. The easier it is to pick up a grind later, the safer it is to stop this grind early. Agam is no good. Fortunately, one Agam at a time is just not fast enough. We need the Agam Mega Bulk Pack. Yeah, Peninsula Power is going to be really, really low. Peninsula Power is like pre-Agama levels of experience. It also has the downside of not being a trap tile, so it's a bit of time in between the fights. Some of the fights are really pretty awful, like the Furwolves are going to be super slow and worthless. The Wyvern's not particularly good. I think you would be able to do Sea Shrine Pile of Pain at the bottom of the Sea Shrine if you picked it up on that trip in. So it had to be kind of planned, and that's not that far after we leave here. So I think that idea only works if, let's say, I get knocked out by a sorcerer. It's like, all right, we're going to leave Ice Cave for now. Then I'd be able to pick up at Sea Shrine and do a couple fights there. Those battles average 3.25 Agamas, and it's a trap tile, so you can do it quickly. It's going to need lit 3s, so you're going to be resource constrained in a very different way. Like probably maximum of 20 of them, maybe less. Yeah, Ordeals is too far away. That's a very long walk. It's faster to get back to this place in the Ice Cave than it is to go to Ordeals. In addition to the zombies being a 50-50 for 1 versus 2. For melee, the 1's actually not bad, but you are spending time to get the animation going into the fight and back out, so 2 is probably barely keeping up with it. Star Mirage Tower can sometimes be good. Don't think it's going to be our bestest opportunity here, though. All right, 900 HP on the fighter. We got 539 MP on the White Mage. That's pretty low. That's 10 heal 3s for the entirety of Temple of Fiends. Whew. I mean, I can heal a lot of the way down with just the Red Mage. And Red Mage is going to have the much more economical Temper spell for Chaos. I think it's pointing to signs that I'm probably not going to be able to do, like, Protect spells. So trying to be fancy with melee damage may not work. Means that we're going to have a hard time if Chaos decides to go very hard on melees. Normally that's kind of a freebie if you get that, and it may be the opposite here. All right, 47. Okay, kill the fighter off. The fighter is probably the one that you really want to have levels on, since that's going to be your melee damage funnel. I feel like the problems are you need White Mage MP, you need fighter everything, and you need the Red Mage and Black Mage to survive. But it's really tough for the Red Mage and Black Mage to survive other than getting a ton of levels. Their growth rates are just really bad. Now for solo characters, it was more of a manipulate at the levels so that when you level up Red Mage or Black Mage, they're always getting the strong HP gains, and they're always getting the big MP gains, and they're always getting the int points, and it took a lot of hours, but it meant that at relatively modest levels, they were kind of maxed out stat-wise, whereas here is kind of the opposite case. We've spent very little time getting to this point, but our stats are kind of grim. How does the Waterfall Trap Tiles? That's the Wiz Mummy fight, and unfortunately in the remakes, they reverse the order in which they place the monsters. So NES will put the Wiz Mummies down first, and you get 1 to 5 Wiz Mummies, and then it'll put the regular mummies down, and you get a pretty large maximum for those. So usually you're already filled by that point, and then you put the birds in. In the remix, it's going to start with the birds, and you don't want the birds. Then it's going to do the regular mummies, and those are going to be way less experienced than the Wiz Mummies, and by the time the Wiz Mummy comes out, it's like already full, so you get no Wiz Mummies. So other than NES, that's a really, really bad trap tile. Pretty okay on the NES. That's one that used to be used a lot for grinding, and kind of fell out of favor since you need to have a lot of spells to be able to use it effectively. On average, it's going to be an Agma and a half, which is barely more than one of these eyes. But what made it kind of intriguing is that it was at a point in the game where you were a lot better off and more stable than these earlier fights. And as we have over the years found out ways to make it viable to grind, like Eyes in the Ice Cave on NES, there's less and less of a need for the Waterfall Trap Tile because efficiency-wise it's not as good. And if it's not providing you any measurable increase in safety, then you don't get a benefit out of it. Yeah, reversing the order of formations, reversing the order of spells and skills sometimes. There's like a bunch of weird changes. And I don't know how much of this is intentional, like, for whatever reason they had like a planned design order for things, and then on NES, somebody did it backwards. Or if it was unintentional, NES was the intended order. And the remakes, they didn't think you would care. But it turns out that there's like subtle differences that make it more important than you would think for some of these. These are the kinds of questions that truly only the Agama Research Society could answer. And they're way too busy finding out about the Agama. As it should be. Waymate's hit 800 hit points. That's incredible. Spider's going to cruise to 999 at this rate. Probably less than 5 levels to go. And we're not going to get those levels here. We are getting nearish to the end of our eye grind. Good, because like an hour of eyes is a lot of eyes. $49, one to go. Now, speaking of things that are reversed, on the NES, that is a 90% chance of you being ambushed. On this version, it's a 90% chance of you getting a first strike. And all of the bad ambush monsters got flipped that way. And I think that is definitely not the intended design. But people realize that those fights kind of sucked. They're really unpleasant. The shadows, the mage, 75% ambush on Warmax. The 50% ambush for like everything in the Marsh Cave. And making it be first strikes makes it much less painful. Five more eyes to go. Getting really close. Ooh, that's a big hit by the Red Mage. I don't think I've had anything close to that 291 yet. Red Mage has been barely killing out the eyes most of the time. And last couple. Say this every time I get close to a level, and then it turns out to actually be like 27 more eyes, but it makes me feel better to believe that it's like the next eye. Or the one after that. Or the one after that. It's all about being optimistic. And now that we are level 50, it is all about tearing through this as fast as we possibly can. This is not a level cap, you go up to level 99, but 50 was a nice round number. We got much better stats than when we started here, and we still can't run from these monsters. That is kind of sad. Alright, that one we can't run from because it's unrunnable. But the other ones are supposed to be runnable. less monsters, that'd be the problem. It's not that bad to just charge through until you get ambushed by specters. Aside from stuff like this, you can more or less come out ahead time-wise versus all the save coming. Just takes a long time to do each little individual segments of walking. Okay, Ice Cave, done. That was a little bit more than I expected. Thinking, oh, sure, we'll probably get to level 30, maybe. It went on a little bit more than that. Awesome walk. And some incredible frigators. Goodbye, frigator. One very, very minor downside is that because I just did that gigantic grind before class change, I am not going to be getting MP on the night, which every little resource does help here. So having like an extra dozen Cure 2s would be kind of nice. You'd only be using them outside of battle, so it's, you know, you fight Lich, you take 500 damage. The Night Cure 2s means that you're not spending a bunch of resources off of the Red Mage or White Mage, which could be more important in battles. But optimizing our grind time was also a major factor. Up we go. And our light warriors head to the skies. Put this airship under the desert. Probably somebody that is not going to be responsible for cleaning it later. That sand is going to get everywhere. These holes. They're going to get longer and more unnecessary by the second, which is why it's very important that we get through here as quickly as we possibly can so we can at last get class change complete. Now, Bahamut may claim to be impressed by our ordeal picking up a rat tail, but I bet, really. He's kind of amazed that we spent 50 minutes grinding the eye and got 25 levels in the process. Let me buy the model first. Let's be here. Yes, we can nicely land on top of the caravan vendor, saving us a bit of a walk. And normally I could buy a bunch of items here which have some good combat buffs, but unfortunately not. With our no item restriction, those are all useless. So we'll leave with our bottled fairy. And at least a tiny bit of our dignity, except for the Black Mage. That costume is ridiculous. Here's our very expensive bottle fairy. There goes our Blizzaga spell. So we got Ice 3 picked up. We got Cure 4 picked up. I guess I'll put Harm 4 on as well. It's not amazing, but it works. I don't think any of the instant kills worth it. 8th tier. Wall is probably worth it. Go ahead, put that on. Might as well grab Fade because we've got infinite cash. And it's not like we need to spend any of this money on items. Hey, Newster, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes and enjoy. Our no item, no 15 puzzle challenge. We have just done a lot of fighting in the ice cave. And now we are here to get our revenge. And we will also get the Oxio, which is like revenge that lets you breathe underwater. Alright, that's that. Early game spells we'll pick up before we get too much further into this. We had 6 tier to go back to. There's Lip 3. The Saw spell probably does not really help, to be honest, but I'll put it on to the White Mage regardless. We'll get Fog 2. Again, not really super useful, but I imagine that maybe one day somebody could find a use for it, and we'll get the Exit spell here. Warp does not do much for us. Since the last time I came here, I couldn't even get the 5th tier spells for the Red Mage. Might as well grab them now. So you get Fire 3. We'll stick Warp on the Black Mage. Guess it does let me get the Maz a little bit easier. And then Cure 3. If I want to get a Revive spell, I could stick this Life spell on the Red Mage. But I'm not going to. I just don't think it helps. Squeeze out some Biter Juice. We'll have Cure 2 spell here. We might get like 40 MP by the end of the game. It's going to be really, really minimal. If that's not enough squeezing, I give you a Cure 1 as well. Let's use up every single drop. Biter could legitimately get Ruse. Don't know if I should, but I'll put it on there. That seems like the kind of thing that you do if you are very desperate. Alright, next up, Waterfall Sea Shrine. Actually, let's go do Gurgur Volcano. We'll keep our Fiend order intact. Gurgur Volcano should be really, really fast. We are not stopping for nothing. Because getting the Flame Gear only matters if we have something that casts ice spells. And we're not going to see any of those in the Sea Shrine coming up. So we'll just jump right up from our current ice gear up to the Opal armor. Or at least Opal shield. Let's go, Gurgur. previous versions, it's very important to get as many lava tiles as possible because otherwise the encounter rate in this game kind of sucks. This effect, by the way, is what I would love to have the Final Fantasy 1 randomizer do, where instead of flashing the background, it flashes the character in the foreground. It's always less obtrusive for flashing, but it still gives you enough of a visual indication about being on lava tiles. If you can't hear the game sound because you are too distracted by the beauty of the Agama, you would still know that you're in the right place. Right now, our best place to be at is right in front of Carrie with all of these swords. Let's get feat number 2. This one should be pretty fast. Damage is very high and getting higher very rapidly. Every temper makes a big difference early on, but it starts cooling off a little bit. There will eventually be a point where you hit a maximum damage cap based on your strength, the weapon and attack power, and all these tempers you put on top. But Carrie, going to be dead long before that's a problem. That is our second fiend finished off. Everybody celebrates. Even Dan for some reason. Also, that random guy who just likes hanging out in volcanoes. Cougar Volcano done. Not quite done with my spell shopping here because I'll have the Lufania trip after this. We'll get our on-rack spells picked up, make our way over to the waterfall here. Hopefully by then, things will more or less be under control for a little while. That's gonna heal 3. Don't need anything else from on-rack. Of course, to stay at their luxurious end. Unlike the Melmon Inn, these beds are actually not just photographs. That's also your first hint about the Cardi Islands with the dragon there at the south, giving you information about checking it out. Or if you had the NES version of Final Fantasy, you were given as part of the game a complete list of all locations in order on a map that spoiled the entire story progression. Been ambushed by Chompy and Bitey here. And unfortunately, probably not finding any out-of-bounds bats. It is truly the worst timeline. Mud gulls must be really fast. Didn't really expect to have trouble running from those. Nightmares I can understand. Those things are speedy. And even at level 50, we're going to have probably not a great run rate on them, but mud gulls should really not be that fast. I guess they do cast the fast spell. Maybe that's an in-game justification for their speed. Relax, we'll finally catch up to this robot. And get our very well-deserved cube. Cube obtained. Now I'm actually going to grab all the items here, including things like the wizard staff that, well, I can't use in battle. They are technically the best weapon for those mages in the back to swing. And who knows, maybe one day it'll make a difference. Fighter though, we're going to be grabbing defense, so we can't use it in battle, but again, good for a weapon. Ribbon's going to be very solid here. That mage staff upgrade on you, and let's get out of here. Alright, waterfall's complete. Probably should clean some of this stuff out pretty soon. Would want to have a nice and untidy inventory to not have to scroll through, because we can't use the items anyway. Most of the reason why I get rid of items just so that it's really easy to see when I have picked something up and forgotten to equip it, because there should never be anything good in my inventory. Well, I know what I forgot to get. I did not buy the pro rings and the gold bracelet when I was in Gaia. Well, I'll do that after we get through this place then. Just be a little bit less good defense for Sea Shrine. It doesn't make a difference for elemental protection. You don't need the death resistance here. But 8 protection is nice for your physical attacks. Another nice side benefit of getting rid of the item in my inventory is then the fighter will stop trying to take the ribbon off. Spooky Ghost Mermaid is gone. And we can now head to the very bottommost depths of the ocean to go find some noodles. And maybe a slab. First things first, going to take top half down. This is going to be really, really brief. All right, I might take the occasional shark too. They are a pretty good experience. 0.9 of Agama is a lot. We'll do the lictors. It's probably a fast animation. Not as satisfying, but probably fast. I'm gonna skip the opal armor. Pick up the dragon belt before too long anyway. Don't need the mage staff, don't need the cash here. We do want to get the opal bracelet for the red mage. I want the opal shield for the fighter. It's kinda alright. Gotta replace the purring diamond helmet. That's the opal helmet I don't really think I can use that much. Ribbon is slightly in the way. Alright, I'm gonna grab the shield. Okay, so you're gonna take that upgrade and that upgrade. Technically, you don't need the power glove yet. You've got the opal bracelet. You can take the gold bracelet instead. Take a quick hike here. That's mermaid side done. Now for the fishy part of it. Back to me. What's funny is when you watch the cutscene in reverse. So if you walk out of the front of the stage shrine to go back up to Onrak without teleporting or warping out, the display is the same cutscene but backwards. I think it'd be really funny if it all played the music backwards, but they kept it in the same order. Check, making it not worth it. We're gonna be really picky about the fights that we take. Thanks to having all these levels from the ice cave, I can save a bunch of time by blitzing through this stretch of the game. And I have to reinvest it at the end for levels or whatever, then that time savings will be well worth it. Wait until you've seen the ferocity of these spooky ghosts. You would not believe just how spooky they could be. There's the top now, heading down to the bottom of the sea shrine. Nothing here that we want. Need to grab the ribbon right before we get to Kraken's area. And that is it. No power glove, no light axes. Don't need any cash. I think this ribbon is going to be the only thing I grab here. And on the white mage. All right, respectable sea shrine time. More than 10 minutes to do waterfall plus sea shrine together and get all of our preparations ready for the last of the 4 fiends after this. Except for Trip to Guy, which, you know, it's right around there. So we have not forgotten anything right about now. We should be just seconds away from watching this octopus explode. Let's go. Terra's probably fine. Go ahead and fast the fighter. It looks like today. The lamp spell will not be required. All right, Kraken 1 hitting a lot harder than it does on the NES version. Give it a couple of Pateras in there. That was still a pretty big hit, but not big enough to stop us from taking down our next fiend here. So we'll be starting Mirage Tower around 4 hours. Gotta go through that place. Got a last minute prep before Temple of Fiends. So Temple of Fiends, maybe like 4:20, 4:25. Should still be good for under 5 hours, even if we take a couple tries on gas. As long as I don't have to do any more grinding, then under 5 hours is looking solid. That is what I want to see. What nobody wanted to see was more of the town of Belmont. Yeah, for some reason, here we are. You know, Doctor, instead of expressing your gratitude by teaching us strange and exotic languages, you could express your gratitude in the form of money. Just an option. I know that we were trying to get through here, but we would all stop for a little bit of Tyro little bit of wings on the side. And for Zopples, because he's unrunnable. But for nothing else. Very, very subtle map edit that I actually really approve of is moving the town of Lufania one square to the right. And that way you could walk around either side of it. On NES, it's pushed hard enough up to the left edge of the coast that while it looks like there's a path in there, it is actually impassable to get down the side of it. But here, just walking straight on through. It's very inviting. Get spells first. Alright, forgot about these. Alright, if we want to get a revive spell, there is Life 2. There is the Nuke spell. These will probably never get used. All of a sudden, I am somewhat tempted to test them out here on this town. Okay, chime obtained. Up to guy, we'll get our pro rings and last gold bracelet. Yes, it's a very short-term thing, but figured if I'm going up there anyway to get my in trip, I might as well grab the stuff that is right next to it. Very, very small upgrades to our defense that we probably should do at some point. Mostly products. Well, I could, in theory, pick up 3 pro rings over the course of the game. It's definitely out of the way. Alright, back into Ankelo territory. Back now. Get our last little bits cleaned up here. Spell charges should all be taken care of. Gonna stay the guy in, which is also, compared to the Belmont Inn, luxurious. I feel like this one is not as classy as the On-Rack Inn. Like, it doesn't have a fountain out front, but it might have the most comfortable beds of any inn in the game. Four of those. We get one of those. Let's do this. So you're getting not the opal helmet. Alright, so that looks correct. You get that, and you get that, and then you get that and that. Yeah, this is all looking like stuff we would not use. Alright, good to go. Floor 1, we should be set on. I'm not going to get the Aegis Shield. Floor 2, I do need to go to the center to get the Dragon Mail and the Sun Sword. I'll grab the Thor Hammer because it's right there. Might as well pick it up to have a little bit better of an attack on the White Mage. Well, it still has the stick from the start of the game. Yeah, we'll take some vampires. They shouldn't be too bad. Vampires are pretty good. The guards are pretty good for the lightning spells. And then pretty much everything else here not really worth bothering. Vampires also pretty hard to run away from. Cool, my knight has 4 MP now. This is really going to help. I feel like most of the night levels are going to be after we go to the Temple of Fiends, and thus completely useless. That's preemptive. Maybe I should kill the Cerebuses. They're a half Agama each. They're not as attractive as these guards, but they are stylish in their own unique individual ways. Can you cast Harm 1 with 4 MP? Well, you can't cast the Harm spells as a knight. That is the one spell at first 2 you do not get. But it is slightly not enough for Cure 1. The only things I expect the knight to ever do would be Cure 1, Cure 2, and maybe cast Ruse if you were in a really desperate situation and you need to somehow survive like 17 turns as the knight dodging things, which I feel like if that's happened, you might as well just reset and get a better fight on these versions of the game. It's not as valuable to kind of push out every last tiny bit that you could possibly get. On NES, it's important because it might be 25 minutes to do another trip, so if there's even a slim shot of winning, you go for it. Thor Hammer. And only 3. We could do better. They can beep way harder than that. Dragon Mail and Sun Sword. Upgrades there. You get the defense, so I don't care about the spell use because you can't use spells here. That actually makes my life a little bit easier. Normally you have to keep the defense sword off of the red mage, and it means you have a slightly less good attack there, but here we can do whatever. We can take down some vampires. Let's go to the heal 2. I feel like heal 3 might be a little bit too much for the walking around heals. Fighters looking really good. 984 hit points now. So we'll very easily have 999 by the end of this dungeon. Just gonna get one more level up. White Mage at 841 may end up over 900. However, White Mage is going to have not very good MP, and that's a concern here. They're a shockingly good experience. They are also pretty beefy. For whatever reason, these things come in packs up to 3 at this bottom floor, but at the top, they only are by themselves. Which feels like it should be the other way around, where the further you go, it gets harder rather than easier for the encounter. Maybe they had enough already hard stuff that they didn't want to have another bad fight up there. That's our blue V defeated. And soon our trip to space will begin. Okay, nothing on floor 1. Floor 2, we got everything. Floor 3, I should probably grab the Pro Cape. I'll do the same thing on Carrie's floor and Temple of Fiends. They're a little bit out of the way, but not egregiously so. That has been not only bad, but also kind of rude. Hey, look. It's our pal the Eye. It's been some time. Okay, number 3 picked up. Let's grab the shirts, and then the adamant will be picked up. Yeah, it's kind of a short-term rental, but I feel like the attack boost of the Excalibur over the Sun Sword is worth a little bit more than 1 temper. And so you could probably notice it when it comes to how many rounds those Fiend refights take. Like, it's just enough that it makes a difference. If it was like Flame Sword up to Ice Sword, it'd be not really a big deal. There's our shirts. So ribbon number 3 is going to go on to Red Mage here. Put your shirts on, that's fine. Do that. They're not putting the shirts on because the shirt has a 0.5% worse chance of dodging attacks than the bracelet does. And it's the same defense score. So while the shirt has elemental protection and just looks cooler, technically, if you had a ribbon on, then you're better off sticking with the bracelet than wearing the shirt. Item obtained. Alright, Skycast is going faster than planned. I think because I'm not doing the save scumming, it is a much simpler route to these floors. You can just make really big runs, and the experience here is still decent. Got our fighter up to max HP. Get some other benefits as well. I don't think we get any more breakpoints. 231 is over the last breakpoint. 224 is the last breakpoint. Then you cap at 255 right before the 256 breakpoint would have happened. No man cats for us tonight, thank you. Red Mages have made a very good turnaround for HP in the last little bit, up to 622 now. You can almost pretend that that's respectable. Not quite, but almost. Fighters on the 3rd floor? That's got to be the 1 in 64 encounter. You do not see that ever. All right, 4th floor. Lots of jokes. By these levels at least, the mind flayers are hopefully not a big deal. You have enough match defense that you're pretty likely blocking their death touch attacks. They don't have super high morale scores, so they will run away relatively soon compared to a lot of other monsters in the area. To the point where if you were actually trying to fight mind flayers to get the experience from them, then it's kind of annoying that they will run very quickly. I didn't really expect the elementals to be this much of a problem. We could have murdered them by now, and it would have been more satisfying. All right, plan B. Elementals are runnable. It's the only elemental that by itself is runnable. And then in groups, all of them are, because they're never used as trap tiles or things like that. All right. How many war mechs do we get on the final floor? Zero. Truly a shame. All right, Tiamat time. We got our last fiend here. And then we've got the Temple of Fiends coming up. Here we go. All right, so we're going to go with Temper. We're going to wall the Black Mage because there is a lot of elemental stuff being thrown around by Tiamat. This is kind of a dry run for what some of the bosses are going to be like. I think you have to either give up on physical defense, which feels like it's going to be really tough to do since you have no source of easy evasion. Getting your physical defense boosted up is going to be really, really bad. Or you focus on magic defense and you just try to buff the fighters super hard and get as much offense as you can as quickly as possible. All right, let's see what we do for heal 3. Thinking probably 350. $260. Uh-oh. Huh. That's not as good as I was hoping. Definitely a few intelligence breakpoints down for the maximum. Still decent. That's just going to be tighter on the chaos fight. It's also economically less good since you have more of your MP consumed on just getting normal things recovered on the way down. Because we do not have a lot of cast of that. I think we're up to 11. Yeah, it's not like Heal 2 is much cheaper. Alright, the basics are we grab the Excalibur, take the end trip for the end of the game. I'm doing no fights on the way down at all. So we're not going to get any experience for our characters at that point. And then we're going to have some really good Fiend refights, just to save enough resources to be credibly fighting chaos. Hopefully this works. The alternative is spending like 45 minutes more of eyes or something, and then you definitely are in way better shape. Because every level up is going to be bigger the further in you go. The next 20 levels would just max out all of our stats for HP and MP. You'd have no problems at all getting your resources really stretched further. Even though like the power of the fighter doesn't go up super high. The rest of your team would be doing really, really well. Okay, so defense sword not necessary. Well, sun sword on the red mage. 220 accuracy. Get an extra attack with the defense sword, really? 225, yeah. Alright, well the sword will be held on to for a little tiny bit longer. We don't do any fighting, it never swaps out because it's 2 level ups. If it was 1 level up, maybe you make it there with just the Fiend refights or something and get a little tiny bit. Do a phantom grind. But 2, probably not happening. Yeah, very close prediction. 420 minus a few seconds is when we go into the Temple of Fiends. Let's do this. We have cracked the black orb. We are heading 2,000 years back in time. And we are not fighting any Frosties. Or Purporps. No comparison. If I can run away with no damage, then fine. Otherwise, we're just taking nothing on the way down. Hey, MG3. Hopefully this is the final trip in. It is our first attempt at Temple of Fiends. It would be nice if it was our last attempt at Temple of Fiends. And up until Chaos, I'm not too worried. At Chaos, kinda worried. The big thing for pre-Chaos is just to have Fiend fights that don't really suck up a lot of resources. Which to some extent is like, alright, how lucky do we want to be on the battles? Because you can take a fight that you get hit a couple of times and it's like, alright, that's probably not going to affect our chances of winning too much. But if I have to put a lot of weight mage MP into something, then that could affect things a bit. Like this track for Temple of Fiends, it's really good. It's very similar to the Sea Shrine theme. Well, Phantom's done. And the good news is that we did not forget the loot. That would have been embarrassing. Those are unrunnable. Probably not doing an unrunnable out with no damage. Oh, so close. I got greedy. Too greedy. Those are the zombies that would have definitely dropped 5 Mega Elixirs. Alright, back to first floor. So far going really good through here. Maybe kill perform without taking damage. Nice. Less nice. Thanks for the 99. This has been a playthrough with no items at all, no consumable items, no using weapons or armor in battle as items. You can equip them, but you can't cast spells using them. My fighter has picked up 8 magic points, and we are going to kill Chaos. We are going down to our Fiend Refights. Here is Lich's floor. Starting things off nice and simple. Most of the fights here are pretty easy. One, though, is unrunnable. It's the Earth Elemental, and we don't want to deal with that. Like I'm a 0. Thank you for resubscribing back for 22 months. And I will have you know that my fighter is not yet able to cast a second Cure 1 spell. But we're getting pretty close. We're getting our first look at Fiend Refight number 1. Here is Lich. Hopefully no nukes. Nukeless Lich would be really, really nice. This might be tough. We need Lich to not cast a spell here. Nice. Good start. I'm going to double temper just to increase our odds. And now we just need Fighter to swing. Dan is got to take a turn here before Lich. I don't know how he didn't die there. Dan needs to take another turn before Lich. And we have got a very clean first Fiend. 21 damage. Dan can almost heal that. Floor number 2. We got Carrie's for you. I need to pick up the Pro Cape before we move on. That's going to be just a little bit to the southeast of where Carrie is standing. So not a huge detour. Look at my Black Mage, a little bit better physical defense. as well as a +2 bonus versus Agama Sauce. Those mutation Agamas, that is the vegetarian Agama option. And that is the Pro Cape. And this is the fight versus carry. Let's see how this one goes. Same basic setup. I don't really want to use anything, but we'll do what we can. Probably not the worst to attack the fighter. At this point, more tempers don't really do much to help us. Yeah, Fire 3, not great. As you'll see, this is the GBA version of Final Fantasy. That is our second Fiend refight complete. So most of the healing's going to come out of the Red Mage's budget, and try to save everything possible for White Mage at the end. It'd be really lovely to have 10 plus heal 3s. That would let us go hopefully a couple rounds of the Chaos Battle before the mages start dying off. Don't have a great way of keeping the fighter safe. They can cast the Rue spell once. Almost across here. How much prep do we need for Kraken? Best case is probably Kraken do a lot of lit 2s, and then you get a little bit of a break from the big melee damage. Feel like you can't really ever tank a melee hit and enjoy it. Maybe we don't need to enjoy it. Maybe we just need to survive it. Good enough. All right. Number 3. So what to do? Like Proteras or something? Fabulous. Great first round. Just like 5 more of those. You have to go and grab the Mazmune on the next floor, so that's going to be a bit of a hike. But we can warp back out, so it's only one way across. And that's one way to get a Red Mage gently massaged. Very nice. Okay, if we get the tempers up before the fighter attacks, that might be good enough for the last set. There we go. 3 down. And we are holding on to every scrap of MP that we can. This floor is pretty unlikely to have any encounters that we can actually fight. So yeah. Things like purple worms are unrunnable, iron golems. I might be able to one-round an iron golem before it takes a turn, but 4 purple worms is pretty unlikely. The wizard is trying their best, or maybe the white wizard is just really lazy and doesn't want to do anything. Elementals are back. That vampires are pretty hard to run from. Don't need to take the damage on top of it. We are so close to this Masamune. You can almost smell it. And you can hold it, because we got it. Alright, one flip. And 1 fiend left to go. So big increase to our base damage, which really helps out for safety across here. I think I probably don't even need to heal for this fight. Not quite correct. I don't want to heal for this fight is the more accurate statement. Let's see how Tiamat feels. Ugh. That's not good for the Black Mage. That's good for Black Mage, dodging that Bane like a champ. A couple more tempers, and then we should be in striking distance here. Tiamat's got a lot of health. Quadrupling the Fiend's base puts Tiamat up around like 4,000. So this next hit should do it. All right, everybody's alive. Except for Tiamat. We're done with the Fiend refights. Alright, 240 MP left on the Red Mage. Not incredible, but if you only need tempers, that's probably good enough. Not gonna take any damage on the Witty Chaos. And then we will see if this is working. Really hope this works. Yeah, Chaos, welcome in. It may be time for our last fight, although this might take a few tries. Let's see, Dan can cast the Rue spell twice. $38. Okay, so we have a lot of heal 3s. That's looking really good. Cure 4 is 35, so they're about the same cost here. I do need to cast Wall at the start, which is 40. Red Mage doing Praetorius for 20, or just dumping lots of tempers. I kind of like the temper strategy, and hoping for the best. Okay, Evan Chaos, we are at the first boss. This is Garland. And we've made it here without using any items. And we're looking at an F. Coughlin. Brad, thank you much for the raid. Let's see how this goes and enjoy. We're coming over from F. Coughlin's channel. Hope you had a great time watching. RMSFM, welcome in. Opno Point. Zerk Goober, thank you much for the good wishes there. This is try number 1 versus Chaos. We're going to see how it goes. I cannot use any items, so I have no healing items. I can't use any combat items. We're just swinging away, casting some spells, and seeing what happens. Alright, so I'm going to temper. I'm going to wall on the Black Mage. Get the fast off here. Been nice if that had gone after the wall spell was started. Hey, Fred, welcome in. Thank you for the raid, and hope you had a great night. 500. We have 20,000 hit points to get through. There's the wall on the Black Mage. Now, the biggest thing the White Mage is going to be doing is these heal 3s. These are about 250 healing to the party, which is not a lot when Chaos is doing this all the time. Our only freebie turn is the crack. That's going to be our one chance to avoid a bunch of damage. Alright, Black Mage is still alive. Maybe not for long, but for right now, looking good. To be the same spell list as the NES. Yep, same spell and skill list for the most part. It reverses the order of some of them. So like Chaos's skills are going to be backwards, but his spells are going to be in order. So instead of getting the crack at the start, you're going to get crack as the last of the 4. There's the Ice 3. That's nice, I can out-heal that. Maybe a Protera round. Alright, got a Protera. I think the Red Mage is almost done with getting tempers on here. I don't know how much higher the fighter's attack power can go. Okay, so you can Protera instead of the White Mage, who's going to be doing heal 3s again. Alright, there's Swirl and Tornado down. $4,000 damage, looking really good. Biggest concern is Fighter's got kind of low hit points here, so maybe a Cure 3 on the Fighter instead of Protering here. You're going to heal 3 and another Temper. Okay, Crack, there's our free turn, so we'll get Fighter back up to full, and we should be really, really good. I have Chaos a couple turns away from Cure 4. Slow 2 would be annoying. If it lands on the Fighter, that just makes it very more of a coin flip for getting the kill in, but it's looking really good here. Patera. More Tempers. I think we have maybe a tiny bit of room to go. Great, he's going Blaze. Very hard in skills, which is fabulous for us. You do not want Chaos to stick to his spell line or get to Cure 4 and then take a break. Still have 8 more heal 3s. Back around to Tsunami. Sticking with the skills, which is fabulous. Definitely need to do something on our health now that we have a lot of Pateras up. So maybe Cure 3 yourself, Heal 3, and another Temper. Alright, slowing the Red Mage. Fantastic. Because Chaos. Going down in 4 hours. 42 minutes 26 seconds. And not a single item used in the process. That was pretty good.